Hey folks, good afternoon. Jared Floyd here with the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. Just wanted to join you live as severe thunderstorm warnings become fairly widespread across much of southern Arkansas this evening, and tornado watches are in effect for the northern half of the area. So I sent out a push alert just letting folks know, at least across about the northwestern third of the ArkLaMiss. I did not draw that box out for everybody because I didn't want folks along the Mississippi Valley or in the southern parishes where the severe threat is a little bit more muted for a longer period of time. I didn't want folks in those areas to really be bothered by a threat that is still several hours away. So I kind of drew the box for folks that have the app out ahead of this main complex of storms, just to let them know that we were going live. Just to kind of hang on and keep tabs on these storms as they continue to progress off to the east rather quickly at about 40 to 45 miles per hour this afternoon. So as we kind of freeze the radar image, and I'll kind of break down all the different scenarios that are unfolding. We have one lone severe thunderstorm warning moving through northeastern sections of Bradley County and northwestern sections of Drew County. This severe thunderstorm warning not only for 60-mile-an-hour winds, but also the possibility of up to quarter-sized hail. That storm is moving off, I believe, to the northeast at 40 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour actually, will be impacting the far northwestern reaches of Drew County and northeastern sections of Bradley County before it moves into into Lincoln County up towards Star City and some of those areas. And then also we have I say line of thunderstorms. It's not really a line. It's a broken line of thunderstorms that's making its way eastward, and severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for a good chunk of Calhoun County and a good chunk of Ouachita County. This is not Ouachita Parish. This is Ouachita County in southern Arkansas, where Camden, East Camden, and a lot of those cities and towns sit. And then also a new severe thunderstorm warning out also till 6:30 for western sections of Union County, most of, actually all of Columbia County, and far northwestern reaches of Claiborne Parish. And so that is where our northwestern counties and parishes start to kind of get in on the act of some of this storm potential as we go through the next few hours. Tornado watches are in effect across portions of the ArkLaMiss, really across the northern half of the ArkLaMiss. As Stanley starts to make his way toward the closet behind me, he's providing some assistance during this severe weather coverage. But again, the tornado watches, it's technically two different watches, one for southern Arkansas and far northern Louisiana until 9 p.m., and then southeastern Arkansas, western Mississippi, far northeastern Louisiana until 11 p.m. Stanley. Okay. Got him over here on the right side of the room. But anyway, so those are look at the tornado watches that are currently in effect. And again, the storms that we have currently moving through the region are mainly wind and hail producers as we continue to watch these storms progress off to the north and east. I know this is not the most professional thing in the world, but this cat is going to continue to do this. So I'm going to step away for just a second and get him out of this room. Okay. Stanley is safely and secured and relocated as we continue this severe weather coverage. So a lot of folks also, as we continue to keep an eye on these storms, I knocked something over. As we watch these storms move off to the east, and as they move deeper and deeper into our area, these have predominantly and almost exclusively been wind producers, okay? We've had some rotation at times, but the main focus has been just wind and hail. So as I watch these storms progress off to the east, we'll get deeper into more specifics in terms of ETAs of storms in any particular area. And things of that nature. So let's take a look at the storms currently across Ouachita County and into northern sections of Columbia County. Again, mainly wind and hail potential off to the east at about, I'm going to call it 45 miles per hour just because forward motion of these storms is going to kind of waffle back and forth. But I'll look at some of the potential ETAs of this storm as it makes its way through southern Arkansas. Camden, pretty much right now. Smackover, probably a little after 6:15. El Dorado, a little after 6:30, as all of this continues to move to the east. Back to the south, it's going to be obviously a little bit later across northern Louisiana, as the orientation of this line is really from more northeast to southwest. But that's just some of the earliest arrival times that we have for the storms in the western counties and parishes. Not overly concerned for the storm in Bradley and Drew County, simply because it is just in the far southern or far northern reaches of our coverage area, and will essentially move out of our area rather rapidly. But here's a look at it nonetheless. Up toward the Brandon community, just east of Highway 63 toward the Bethel area. This is west of Highway 425, north of Highway 278, and continues to move off to the north and east. I'm just putting the velocities over it. There has been some mid-level rotation with this storm as it moves off to the north and east. Again, we'll stay well north of Monticello, but we'll be moving along Highway 425. So if you know some folks that are traveling in those areas, be aware of that as it continues off to the north and east. So as we stretch back to the south and west, the main focus for our storms, at least in the ArkLaMiss area, are the storms in the western counties and parishes that are making their way into the far western reaches of Louisiana and southwestern Arkansas. For those that are just joining us, and for a lot of folks that are joining us from really across the country, to be honest with you, the Digital Weather Desk serves northeast Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and western Mississippi. I know that there is a very, very large line of thunderstorms across the entire country right now. In fact, this is part of a pretty large severe weather day across several states. So as you look at the national radar, this is what's unfolding across the country right now, with severe thunderstorms stretching from central sections of Illinois with tornado warnings just east of St. Louis, confirmed tornadoes in northeastern sections of Arkansas, and numerous severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from central and eastern Arkansas back through the Arklatex and into eastern Texas. All of that said, these storms are in a pretty thin band of activity immediately along the front. We are starting to get some what we call discrete activity out ahead of the main line. This is that stuff that we're having to watch. Most of that's moving off to the north and east and should move out of our area in relatively quick fashion. But we'll have to watch that for maybe an increased tornado potential in the next few hours. I'm not overly concerned about it in the short term. Main focus right now for our area is these storms immediately along the line that are almost supercellular in nature. And if you joined us earlier, or if you've joined us for parts of our forecast when we were discussing this at length, we discussed the possibility of supercells at first, eventually those growing upscale into a line of storms that would continue to move farther eastward. And that's probably where we're headed in the next few hours. A new severe thunderstorm warning, while I was telling you all of that, is now out for western sections of Claiborne Parish until 6:45, excuse me. And now, after I've kind of gone through this spiel, and for those that are new to the Digital Weather Desk, this is a digital weather platform that serves Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi. And to be honest with you, this is not a traditional broadcast-based feed. There will be some downtime where I'm looking at this computer over here, looking at my cell phone. I may step away for a few minutes. This is a much more, as we try to describe it, a much more casual severe weather experience. Yes, you're going to get minute to the minute, second to the second information when it's critical. If there is a life-threatening, if there's a tornado warning or a life-threatening scenario where we need to focus on one storm, we're going to do that. But while we watch a larger area of storms move east, it is, like I said, a little bit more of a slower paced, like I said, casual experience. That doesn't mean that we're not serious, because this is a very serious situation for a lot of folks as it unfolds. But we really just want folks to, we create a community-like atmosphere so that folks can sit and consume weather, get the information that they need, ask questions. We try to answer as many questions as we possibly can as all of this moves through. My apologies for everybody that was dealing with Stanley at the onset. He's a good guy. He means well. Callie asked the ETA on Ouachita Parish. I don't want folks to. It's not that I want to give you an ETA. Here's the problem. Most of these storms are moving east at 40 to 45 miles per hour. As we start to establish kind of a cold pool behind these storms, they should speed up in forward motion a little bit. So generally, I would say 2 hours-ish away, 8:30 across northern Louisiana. Let's do the ETA thing. Okay, this is if the storms are moving 45 miles per hour, getting to the Ouachita River 8:20-ish. That is extremely crude. That is a very crude timeline for one storm. So again, I don't want folks to go, all right, well it's 8:20 and they're not here yet, so they're not going to show up. They may arrive much earlier than that. They may arrive much later than that. New severe thunderstorm warning out for a larger section of Drew County. This goes until 6:30. And it does have a tornado possible tag with it, meaning that this storm has started to kind of show enough rotation that the National Weather Service is monitoring it for the possibility of a tornado warning. And then you can see the larger line of thunderstorms. Keep in mind, we're going to be bouncing from a lot of different radar vantage points. So I just went from the Little Rock radar to the Shreveport radar so we can get these storms across northwestern Louisiana. All of these different orange boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in our coverage area, part of a larger scale of severe thunderstorm warnings across the entire area. Lots of folks, Karen, I'm assuming you're talking about Conway, Arkansas. Such trees and power lines. Obviously, storms just moved through Conway. Appreciate the report there. Jenny asked, does anyone else get anxious all day waiting on it? I hope that we, in some form or fashion, provide some kind of relief to that. I know that anxiety is real, and that a lot of folks get this anxiety no matter what I say, no matter what I do. A lot of folks are going to get anxious because weather makes them anxious. Full disclosure, weather makes me anxious too. So I don't want folks to think that I'm just sitting here and willy-nilly just, talking about storms and stuff. I don't like severe weather, and in fact that's why I do what I do, and that's why I've done it for so long. Is just it terrified me as a kid. So again, I understand the anxieties of it, but I think it's also fair to remember and remind ourselves that we've made it, this far, through not only this severe weather season, but life in general. And we've encountered severe weather and we make it through it. So again, the odds of seeing severe weather impact any one particular area is very slim. Same with tornadoes and all that stuff. So I hope that makes a little bit of sense. A lot of folks on here complaining about our local broadcast television. I have no opinion. Yeah, like I said, we like to try to provide as much comfort and community as possible. That's, I think, the goal with this. All right, so let's bounce away from the storms, and I'm going to bounce away from the comments for a second. A lot of folks are asking about the winds. Non-thunderstorm wind gusts have been up to 40 miles per hour. I wouldn't be surprised to see non-thunderstorm wind gusts behind the front tonight of 45 to maybe 50 miles per hour. I know that sounds extreme, but it is. I'm not going to say it's common during the spring, but it happens every now and then during the springtime months that we just get such a dynamic, strong storm system, again, that they are breezy and wind and gusty before, during, after the potential for severe weather. I'll go ahead and put this back into motion, and we'll kind of look at all these different severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, the newest one moving through portions of Bienville, Claiborne. Nope, doesn't include Bienville. Just Claiborne and Webster, Caddo, Bossier parishes in northwestern Louisiana until 6:45. Again, a lot of these storms, as they've made their way into northern Louisiana, have the potential of producing up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. The storm that's moving through Caddo and Bossier parishes currently, that will make its way into western sections of Claiborne Parish, is now being warned for the potential of 2-inch in diameter hail. So just please be aware of that. Candace asks about Swartz and asks about Ouachita Parish. Do you think we'll see much? I actually read that as, do you think we'll see a watch? Because, again, parts of the ArkLaMiss are currently not under severe weather watches. We're not under a tornado watch in Ouachita Parish and points farther southward. I would venture to say we will probably need a severe weather watch of some sort, just considering all of the storms that are moving through. But I also want to stress to folks, as you watch these storms progress to the south and east, there are some gaps in a lot of this. This is not a solid line of thunderstorms. So as I pause everything and I take the warnings down for just a second, there are a lot of gaps in this line where as this activity progresses southeast, there's a good chance a lot of areas just kind of shoot the gap. See a little bit of rainfall, maybe a rumble of thunder and some gusty winds, and that's about it. So I want folks to be aware of the warnings and the watches and all of that stuff. That's why we do what we do. But I also don't want folks to get overly anxious about how this evolves. And then the other question a lot of folks have asked, does it look more disorganized compared to earlier? Any chance of this weakening as it moves eastward? Well, as the sun sets, we're going to see the atmosphere cool and stabilize to a certain degree. I don't think in this scenario that makes that much of a difference, simply because we've got so much forcing along the boundary itself. I don't think we're going to lose the isolated severe weather potential as it moves eastward. However, I also can't say with a high degree of certainty that we're going to get much more organized than where we are right now. The way these storms are moving east and almost southeast, I'm genuinely more wind concerned than tornado concerned. Just the storm motions themselves. Hail is a slightly higher possibility than I initially thought. That's just my knee-jerk as we look at things right now as they move through the area. I think hail is a higher potential than I initially suspected. I think the tornado threat is kind of where we thought it would be, which is low but not zero. And then, of course, these storms will be pretty efficient wind producers. It's gusty out there already, right? We're already seeing sustained winds of 30 miles an hour. If you go a few thousand feet up in the atmosphere, 4,000 feet up in the atmosphere, winds are already at 60, 65 miles an hour. So it won't take much to pull some of those stronger winds from just a few thousand feet up down to ground level. They hit the ground, they go out, and then all of a sudden we have, 60 mile an hour, 65 mile an hour wind gusts inside these thunderstorms. A lot of folks are asking about rain. These are going to be fast-moving showers and storms. So in terms of beneficial, much-needed rainfall, I don't really have a lot of good news in that regard for our area. Latest severe thunderstorm warning is out for Caddo, Bossier, and Webster parishes. Again, at least golf ball-sized hail is a possibility, and up to 2-inch hail. Also, if you have friends or family in eastern Arkansas near Stuttgart, there is a tornado on the ground currently. That's eastern Arkansas, Stuttgart, Arkansas. They are there is currently a tornado on the ground there. So just be aware of that. We're going to stay here in southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, western Mississippi. Again, the Digital Weather Desk covers those areas, and so that's where we're going to stay. Here's a look at the latest watch and warning information. All of the orange are different severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, till 6:30 for portions of Bradley and Drew counties. Calhoun and Ouachita counties until 6:30. Union and Columbia counties and far northwestern Claiborne Parish until 6:30, and then western sections of Claiborne Parish until 6:45. Tornado watch for the northwestern portions of the ArkLaMiss until 9. The northeastern portions of the ArkLaMiss until 11. Could we see a different watch needed farther southward? It's a possibility, although I'm not overly concerned about that, at least here in the short term. Main focus is just on these storms as they move off to the east. Jeremy brings up a very, very good piece of information. Now's the time to charge your mobile devices to be prepared for the possibility. Vanessa, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Stuttgart, Arkansas. That is outside of our coverage area, but it is, again, Little Rock Metro East, actually well east of the Little Rock Metro area by about an hour or so. So again, if you have friends or family there, just be aware of that. Again, charge your mobile devices and make sure that if you lose power tonight, the winds will be a problem in that regard. So make sure that you charge your mobile devices. Know where you are in relation to other towns and roads and things like that on a map. Make sure you download the Digital Weather Desk app, available for Apple and Android users. Links to download can be found at digitalweatherdesk.com. If you just don't know what to search or whatever, just go to digitalweatherdesk.com. All of those are there. Don't forget about our partnership with Weather Call Next Gen. You can register at digitalweatherdesk.com. All the information's right there. A lot of folks keep, Janie says she keeps bouncing back and forth between me and Zachary Hall. Zachary and James and all those guys do great work up there with the Arkansas Weather Network. Highly suggest them as a follow if you need more Arkansas weather. All warnings out right now are severe thunderstorm warnings in our area. We do not have a single tornado warning in our area currently. So I'm going to freeze the radar for just a second as you watch all of this. And again, of note, we at least see a supercell-like nature with a lot of these storms. So if you look at them on radar and you're used to looking for like that little comma tail on the back end of a supercell, and you're like, that's where a tornado could form. In theory, yes. But these storms don't really have an overwhelming amount of low-level wind shear to help feed tornadic potential. These look to be predominantly, at least right now, wind and hail producers. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. Also note the almost continuous nature of these severe thunderstorm warnings. There's going to be some folks tonight with the thin band, the thin nature of all this activity. There's going to be some folks tonight that are under a severe thunderstorm warning and then don't see anything. Fair enough. Keep in mind also that as the cold front continues to move through much of the region, that winds beyond the boundary, non-thunderstorm wind gusts, will remain quite strong. Randy asks, are these considered elevated thunderstorms? Not most of these, no. They are right along the boundary themselves, so they are pretty close to surface-based. Again, there's not a lot of surface-based low-level wind shear to help feed that last kind of ingredient that's needed for tornado potential. And I really can't envision that changing all that much. I think our best chance, if we were going to see any supercell development, it would have been out of, come on, button, out of all this stuff right here. And I just don't think we really have that much of a window of opportunity for those storms to really get going. And they just haven't. I mean, in the last 30 to 45 minutes, they just really haven't gotten their act together. And so they only have so much time before cold front shows up and starts to undercut all this stuff. So as it moves eastward, eventually it's going to disrupt the wind field and all of that environment that they had out ahead of these storms. And it's, again, it all becomes just that one big line. Kind of keep waiting for the storms to pick up in forward motion a little bit across southern Arkansas. And I think they have started to do that. I want to put things into motion just a little bit. Yeah, we're starting to see the forward motion accelerate quite a bit with a lot of these storms. I'm checking to see what our storm motions are looking like, how fast these are moving. Still indicated moving east at 40. They're probably moving a smidge faster than that right now. But yes, straight line wind is going to be our biggest concern for this entire area of thunderstorms. So I'm going to zoom out just temporarily for a second, put things back where they were, and I have a lot of folks asking ETA. I'm just going to do one big line, and let's say these are moving. Let's say these are moving at 45 miles an hour. Let's say that. So that gives us at least some general idea on some times here in the short term as the front starts to move off to the east and southeast. Haynesville 621, Smackover 623, El Dorado at around 630. Probably a little sooner than that in El Dorado. Folks along the I-20 corridor across portions of Webster and Bienville parishes, it'll probably be a little after 6:30 as all of this continues to move off to the east. Janie asks, do we still have a cap? You guys are asking some awesome questions. You guys are paying attention. I always wonder if I'm just talking to myself. And you guys actually do listen. Which is cool, because if I wasn't a meteorologist, I don't know if I'd pay that close attention. We do have a cap, but it is eroding away rather rapidly. It's still hanging on in the eastern counties and parishes, but it's essentially gone. It's not as much of a player now. So here's our newest severe thunderstorm warning out for Union Parish, Columbia County, Union County, and portions of Claiborne Parish. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile an hour winds. These storms moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. Again, note that as you look at this storm, and as zoom in on it, as it starts to approach areas just west of El Dorado on Highway 82 toward the Cairo community, and as you move back to the west along 82 toward the Columbia County line, I wouldn't be surprised for it to at least be ping pong ball sized hail out west of the Lisbon community, north of Highway 82. Trying to get into some of these roads. This is Lisbon Cutoff, Bethel Road, and then you can see the Magnolia Highway, Highway 82, as these storms continue to move east. But as you look at this, you can see that it has that supercell structure. And normally you would look at these and go, oh no, tornado. Again, it's not really rotating aggressively in the low levels of the atmosphere. I'm looking at all this stuff. It just looks to be a big rainmaker and potentially a pretty hefty wind maker as it moves its way through southern Arkansas. And now I'm going to zoom back out because you can get tunnel vision with those storms really, really quickly. And you start paying attention to one and you start losing focus on the others. We go back into southern Arkansas, into portions of Calhoun and Ouachita counties. This is the storm now east of Camden, moving into East Camden along Highway 278 near Hampton and the Woodbury communities. This is going to impact folks right along the Ouachita River to near Highway 278. Again, I wouldn't be surprised for 60 mile an hour winds, maybe up to quarter-size hail. Back to the storm in Drew County, just to the north of Monticello. This is east of Highway 425, north of Highway 278. In full disclosure, a relatively rural section of Drew County. Once you get north and east of the highway there, this is a pretty rural section of the county. That said, this storm is rotating just east of the Montongo community, which is, southeast of the Montongo community, basically east of 425. On that drive from Monticello to Star City. So just, again, if you have friends or family in this area up toward the Selma community, Florence, and as you move over toward Highway 165, the severe thunderstorm warning is in place, and folks need to be aware of that storm as it continues off to the east. So that's what's going on across southern Arkansas. Let's hop back over to northwestern Louisiana. Here's the severe thunderstorm, which is now moving kind of just north of the Shreveport-Bossier area, kind of between Bossier and Benton along the Red River. 2-inch in diameter hail is not out of the question with this activity as it moves east. Again, right along or just north of I-20, we'll be moving kind of along Highway 80 and impacting Highway 371, Sarepta, Cotton Valley, all the way down to the I-20 corridor in Webster Parish. But this storm will eventually enter our area. Meanwhile, if you're getting thunderstorms across far northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas, this stuff here, Hamburg, over toward Lake Darbone, Huddig, Strong, the Ouachita River Valley, nothing severe, but some lightning probably being had. And that's another thing with a lot of these storms is they are pretty efficient lightning producers. I've had the lightning turned off for quite a while because it can clutter the radar image quite a bit. Janie says, my bonus kid went to ULM. He's now at A&M getting his master's and PhD in atmospheric sciences. I learned a lot more than I should have. Well, your son's a lot smarter than a lot of us. You're getting your PhD. You're on a roll. Congratulations to him. I barely got the bachelor's, folks. All right, so as we watch these storms, we're just going to kind of sit here and watch them together for at least the next little bit. How long will this last? We just don't know. Patty, do you know Fountain Hill wise what we're looking at hail wise? Don't obviously don't go out and measure it. Don't get out there. But if you have a coin that you could equate it to, dime, nickel, quarter, penny. The number one goal, everybody, never use marble. Never use marbles to do hail sizes. Why? Because there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of different sizes of hail. Emma asked, do you think we'll be safe on Epps Road towards Rayville? So when we talk about these types of things and we talk about these severe weather events, it's almost pointless it's again, a legitimate question. You want to know about your area. But it's almost pointless for us to get that specific. To look downstream and to say that one area, one street may or may not be impacted by a large line of thunderstorms is pretty impossible for us to do. Wish I could, but I can't. And that's another thing that a lot of folks have also asked here in the short term. They've hopped on and they'll ask questions like, what about Concordia Parish or Madison Parish or Franklin Parish? These areas that are hours away from being impacted by these storms. Western half of Union County, almost, Karen, where we've got to get we got to get these storms deeper into Union County before I can say the western half is in the clear. The far western reaches are starting to kind of clear things out. We're getting there, but it's gonna take some time. I would say another 30 to 45 minutes before we can really say the western half of Union County is in the clear. But the severe threat will end rapidly from west to east as we go through the rest of the evening. But I'm never going to say anything for folks that are, like I said, in Richland Parish or Franklin Parish. If you're asking about those spots, I'm never going to say anything that makes you let your guard down. As storms are entering your area, or if they're just a couple of hours away, I'm never going to say, I don't think anything's going to happen for you, as severe thunderstorm warnings sit just to your west. It would take an overwhelming amount of confidence for me to sit there and say, I think I'm always going to caution you to stay aware and to pay attention to the weather. I'm not going to take it on my conscience to sit there and tell you, you're probably going to be okay. And then you go, great. And then you head off to bed or you go on with your evening activities. And then the next thing you know, a tree's falling on your home and you go, hey, I thought you said we were going to be okay. I would never want to put you in that scenario. Got to keep an eye on these types of things. Debbie asks about the winds in East Carroll Parish in terms of gusts. Generally speaking, I've been telling folks that most of our gusts have been in the 40 to 45 mile an hour range. I need to put the radar moving. This is boring. Most of our wind speeds have generally topped in the 40 to 45 mile an hour range. That's the other thing. Karen says the wind is now screaming as the front moves through. I'm telling you, winds are going to shift sharply, and even behind the boundary, even behind the front, winds will be gusty. Non-thunderstorm wind gusts could still reach 50 miles an hour tonight. So be prepared for that. For areas that have been impacted by the ice storm and are still crawling out of the post-ice storm malaise of damaged trees, downed tree limbs, and all that stuff, be prepared for power outages. Charge your mobile devices. If power is lost in your area, you shouldn't be that surprised. New severe thunderstorm warnings are now out downstream, and I'm about to kind of reset things as we stop things for just a second. Newest severe thunderstorm warnings are now out for portions of Bradley County until 7:15. That also includes southeastern Ouachita County and southern Calhoun County. Hail is generally expected to be penny-sized, so less than severe-sized hail for this warning in southern Arkansas, but 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts will be possible. Again, make sure that you're sheltered. Get inside, away from windows. Be prepared for some gusty winds to move through. Also, the newest severe thunderstorm warning that we were just talking about for portions of southern Arkansas into far northern Louisiana includes Union Parish and Claiborne Parish. That goes until 7:15 as well. For those that are just hopping in, this is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'm Jared Floyd, and we are watching as storms continue to make their way through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas, eventually making their way into western Mississippi. Edward asks, what are your thoughts on a tornado outbreak in northern Louisiana? And Edward's probably joining in late. We did discuss this a little bit earlier, but I also want to acknowledge and totally understand that folks are going to jump in and out of the stream. So a lot of questions are going to get asked multiple times. That's totally okay. Not overly concerned, at least in the short term, with tornadoes in our area. Could we see a rogue tornado warning pop up from time to time? Yes. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see one across eastern Texas here shortly, over toward Nacogdoches in that area. But elsewhere, we have a large chunk of the area that is going to deal with these clusters of thunderstorms. Many spots are going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning tonight and not experience a severe thunderstorm just because of the large nature of the threat as it moves through. And there's our tornado warning for Nacogdoches. Nacogdoches County, that's in eastern Texas, not Natchitoches Parish. Very different. And those folks know the difference. So again, I can't rule out an isolated tornado or two along this line as it moves through, but I'm not overly concerned in the short term about tornadoes. I'm mainly concerned about wind and hail. Karen says the hail we got looked like hog acorns. What in the world is a hog acorn? Hog acorn. Oh, okay. So awkwardly sized. I learned something new today. But in all fairness, Edward asks about is Northeast Louisiana Torcon. Torcon's a made-up thing. It's a condition index that was made up by a company, and it doesn't there is no methodology to it. The National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center issues percentage probabilities about the possibility of a tornado impacting any one particular area, and that index is based off of that. Nothing more, nothing less. And it's just a poor attempt to put a numerical value toward the potential of a tornado. And I don't look at it, I don't use it, I don't know of anybody that does use it in terms of meteorologists. So new severe thunderstorm warnings out until 7:30 for portions of Ashley and Chico counties. This is in northern Ashley County and northern Chico County. This is and then also a new severe thunderstorm warning out for portions of Drew, Deshay, and Lincoln counties. Both of these warnings, I believe, yes, are for a quarter-sized hail, 1 inch in diameter hail, and winds of up to 60 miles per hour. And it does appear that a good chunk of the... No, hog acorns are a real thing. They're in there. Just looked them up. And it also looks like a good chunk of the rest of the ArkLaMiss is about to get a tornado watch. Don't know if that's going to include everybody, but I would venture to say it's going to include a good chunk of the region. So I'm going to put the radar back into motion as we watch these storms making their way to the east and the southeast. And again, a reminder that this is a broken line of thunderstorms. Not everyone's going to see severe weather tonight, and this is pretty much the main show. Outside of pause, radar, our warnings down. Outside of what we're seeing currently here, these areas may get this round 1 and then round 2. Those are the only areas, southeastern Arkansas, far northeastern Louisiana, where we're seeing some thunderstorms and a little bit of discrete development. You folks are the only ones that really have much of a chance of seeing multiple rounds of thunderstorms, and they should still be relatively quick hitting. You'll get the first batch and then the second batch pretty quickly thereafter. For the rest of us, it's just the line. It's just immediately along the frontal boundary as it moves eastward, or almost east-southeastward, where we will continue to deal with this stuff over the next couple of hours and probably up until about 10 o'clock tonight. So let's put the radar back into motion. Turn the warnings back on. Oh my gosh, where are the warnings? There they are. And so I'll put that back into motion and kind of let things sit as these storms move off to the east. Robert asks, is it possible that we could have a tornado watch and a freeze warning on the same night? Yes. Not as uncommon as you would think. It's much more common in the Central Plains states, but at one point we were under, several years ago, we were under a tornado watch and an ice storm warning at the same time. Weird stuff. On that note, Melinda asks, what speed are these storms moving east? Most of them are moving east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. They should speed up a little bit more as the night progresses. Krista asks, so the first severe thunderstorm warning I just got in Spearsville is the first round. That's going to be your only round. For you folks in Union Parish that are just getting this severe thunderstorm warning, I mean, you're going to have this line that continues to progressively move southeast over the next few hours, and then that's pretty much it. Temperatures will fall pretty quickly behind the boundary. Kat asks about the Shudrant area. I think you folks will be dealing with your best chance for thunderstorms here in the short term in the next, like I said, 2 or 3 hours. And then the activity will end from northwest to southeast again rather rapidly. As I put the stop the radar and just briefly, there's going to be areas that split the gap and don't see a lot of thunderstorms. For instance, we've got all this activity currently in El Dorado and then in Minden. But look at this gap from Homer to Haynesville. You guys might not get anything. Those two warnings may split those towns super willy-nilly, move off to the south and east, and you guys may not get diddly squat. Too early to say that with a high degree of certainty. Make sure that you keep your eyes on a swivel as these storms continue to move through. And that just means that you may not see thunderstorms. I also want to draw the attention to the fact that regardless of thunderstorms, it's going to be windy tonight. So please plan accordingly. And so everybody now at the point everybody starts now asking about every specific town and parish, and they're like, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? The threat exists for pretty much everybody. And again, I wouldn't be surprised to have some new severe thunderstorm or tornado watches coming out here shortly. And if you're under a watch, I'm not going to ever tell you to not pay attention to the weather. That would be horribly irresponsible. It'd be counterintuitive for me in terms of weather messaging. If you're ahead of this line as it moves eastward, you got to pay attention to the weather for at least the next few hours. Is that fair enough? If you are ahead of this line, which is just now making its way into our area, you need to pay attention for the next several hours. Southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, western Mississippi, everybody ahead of this line needs to pay attention to the weather for the next couple of hours. Just because you need to pay attention doesn't mean you're going to get anything. I really want to echo that notion. This is a broken line of thunderstorms. Daniel asks, is the line breaking up and turning into smaller supercells? Not really. They've started as supercells and they have not formed into a line yet. And I'm beginning to wonder if they will form into a line or if they're just going to stay like this as they continue to move eastward. New severe thunderstorm warning out now for portions of Drew County. That's just to include the northern edge, also includes Bradley County, includes the northern edge of that Ashley-Chico County storm. Again, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible as those storms move off to the east. Let's go back to the watches real quick. There's the new watch. Goes out till midnight, includes the vast majority of the rest of the ArkLaMiss region. A lot of folks just got that alert. If you have not received that alert, you probably will shortly. But here's the new tornado watch out until midnight for the I-20 corridor southward. So this includes a lot of our parishes and counties that were not included. Actually, all of our parishes that were not included in our tornado watch. It should be worth noting that our Mississippi River counties, from Warren County southward to Adams County, are not included in this new tornado watch, but you folks will probably be included in a new tornado watch a little bit later on. So now everybody should be getting the severe weather or the tornado watch on their phone. I have not gotten it on mine yet, but we're just waiting for the National Weather Service in Shreveport to issue that watch. For those that are waiting on the app and going, hey, what about my app has not alerted me yet? Some parts of the ArkLaMiss have been alerted, some have not. It will get there. As the tornado watch is issued by each individual National Weather Service office, you'll get it on your phone. So just hang in there. So let's go back to the radar. So again, as I've mentioned, for folks that are out in northern Louisiana and into southern Arkansas and the National Weather Service in Shreveport's jurisdiction, you should be a county warning area is probably what I should be calling it. Newest tornado watch is out again until midnight. We'll go back over that in a minute. Heaviest activity now moving its way through El Dorado and on the southwest side of town. Wouldn't be surprised to see over quarter-sized hail. Lots of lightning, and a lot of folks are kind of giving us some heads up on what they're seeing in their area. So Zachary asks, and this is a legit question too, even with a tornado watch, the probability of a tornado is still low. Yes. And there's our tornado warning for northeastern Drew County. So let's go to this tornado warning in Drew County. And now the app has just pushed out the tornado watch in the northern sections of the ArkLaMiss. So this tornado warning has just been issued for Drew County, northeastern sections of Drew County. It also includes portions of Deshay and Lincoln counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Tiller, 12 miles south of Dumas, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Again, this is a tornado warning for the far northeastern sections of our coverage area, as this storm just moves to the east of the Selma community, north of Highway 277, north of Highway 278, and just west of Highway 165 as you move from McGee up toward Dumas and then eventually over toward Pine Bluff. This is, again, the far northeastern sections of the area. And again, a lot of folks are getting the tornado watch for the southern sections of the ArkLaMiss. They're getting that push alert to their phone. So again, that watch goes out until midnight. But here's the possible tornado as it will move out of our coverage area very, very shortly, probably in the next, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes. So the Tiller community, which is on the far right-hand side of your screen, you can see the Selma community just north of Highway 278 and 277, the junction there. But we're watching for a possible tornado in this area, generally right here, just north of Highway 277 and moving off to the north and east. So if you know somebody that's traveling from McGee all the way to Dumas or to Pine Bluff on Highway 165, which is a relatively highly traveled road, even in this relatively rural section of Drew County, make sure that folks are aware in that regard. So to get back, as you take a look at this tornado warning storm, and to kind of get back to the question that I was answering before the tornado warning was issued. But Zachary asks, even with the tornado watch, probability of a tornado is still low. Yes. And the general thought process is in a lot of these instances that the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, and just kind of, our agencies, our national agencies in general, never really want an area to experience a tornado without being under a tornado watch. If there's potential for tornadoes, even in isolated form, it's kind of an err on the side of caution type thing. Why not just have a tornado? Because tornado watches will encompass severe weather and tornadoes. I'm a big proponent at this point, and I've always been this proponent of, I think we should just have one severe weather watch. And when you have a severe weather watch, you should watch out for tornadoes, hail, wind, heavy rain, lightning, everything. I think that would just... But then a lot of folks would go, well, what about tornado watches? And they would forget that those don't exist anymore, and messaging gets really confusing and all that stuff. That's just my 2 cents. But it's out of an abundance of caution. We would rather folks be alerted to potential tornado warnings, to potential tornadoes through a tornado watch, versus a severe thunderstorm watch where we then have tornado warnings issued after the fact. Again, this possible tornado is north of Highway 277. We'll be moving out of Drew County here shortly. But just wanted to kind of bring that up, that update to you. A lot of folks are getting the tornado watch in northern Louisiana from I-20 and points southward. So let's go back to the radar real quick and reset what we're seeing in northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings unfolding across the region currently. One tornado warning that is currently on its way out of the ArkLaMiss region will be moving into portions of Deshay and Lincoln counties, really specifically more Deshay County, here in the next 20 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes or so. But our newest tornado watch is in effect for northern Louisiana until, and almost exclusively in northern Louisiana, until midnight tonight. Most of our ArkLaMiss region is under a tornado watch of some sort from either 9 p.m. or 11 p.m. or midnight, just depending on location. So as these storms continue to evolve, I know a lot of folks are looking at them going, this is a pretty skinny line of thunderstorms. Yes, this is kind of what we were expecting. A thin line of thunderstorms, some of them severe, some of them not. But this broken nature means that not everyone's going to see rain tonight. Or if you do see rain, you may shoot the gap and not see a lot of particularly heavy rainfall. A lot of areas are not going to experience some menacing thunderstorm tonight, but we'll experience 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts behind the front. This is a very dynamic storm system, which has a lot of strong winds associated with it in all levels of the atmosphere. I don't want folks waking up tonight to no power and 40 to 50 mile an hour winds and going, man, those winds were a problem. You should be, we've been telling you for several days that it's going to be really, really windy. Spring storm systems are windy before, during, after. Newest severe thunderstorm warning is now out for portions of Lincoln Parish, southwestern Union Parish, northern Bienville Parish, and a good chunk of Claiborne Parish, also far northwestern sections of Jackson Parish. This goes until 7:45. "60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and up to quarter-sized hail as these storms move to the southeast at 35 miles per hour. We'll get to that in just a minute. Let's go back to our tornado warned storm briefly. As it makes its way just to the northwest of the Reed community, south of Winchester along Highway 65. Again, a relatively rural section. Jonathan, where are you located, if you don't mind me asking? Bruce asks, can digital weather desk stream on TV? You can from YouTube. If you have the ability to stream from YouTube to your TV, you could do that in that such a way. But in terms of Roku and those types of things, we're not there yet. I appreciate the question. We're going to get there eventually. This is a one-person operation, only so many hours of the day, and it does take time. But those are future plans. A lot of folks right now are watching us on Facebook, or they stream us from YouTube to their television and watch us that way. We are also on Twitch and X. But anyway, Jonathan says he's in Haynesville, and it is very cold outside. So let's hop over to the Louisiana Mesonet, which is operated by the University of Louisiana Monroe. And they've got a temperature sensor set up in Homer, and it's at 75.8, but plain dealing is at 58.3. The severe weather threat is going to end sharply from northwest to southeast as this cold front barrels through the area tonight, and it's gonna be windy. It's gonna be windy. Our tornado warned storm has started to kind of move out of Drew County. In fact, our suspected tornado, where I would peg a possible tornado, would be right here over the Reed community, which is moving into Deshay County. So we're going to kind of punt this storm out of our area, for lack of a better term. And as it exits our coverage area, we'll pay less attention to it. And now let's go back to our newest severe thunderstorms as they make their way through northern Louisiana. Switch to a different, better radar vantage point. And again, a reminder that the gusty winds are going to be the more significant weather headline. Before, during, after, non-thunderstorm wind gusts, thunderstorm wind gusts, all of the above will be possible and could be problematic depending on location. Here's some of the hail-producing thunderstorms from Mountain Hill from Fountain Hill, eastward north of Highway 82, just north of Hamburg. Pretty traveled area from 425 east to Highway 82 over toward 165. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe be getting up to ping pong ball sized hail in some of these locations as it moves off to the north and east. Janie says that the YouTube stream's running slower than the Facebook stream. Unfortunately, I can't control that. I think that's a YouTube thing. I'm not trying to blame anything. I think that it tends to lag a smidge behind. But thanks for the heads up. I suspected that, but I didn't know it for sure. Still watching the damaging wind potential along with the hail possibility. As all of this continues to make its way through portions of Bradley and Calhoun counties and now into eastern Union County. For folks in El Dorado that are like, hey, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's now just really, really cold and the storms have cleared. Your severe weather threat has ended. As rapidly as the storms will develop and move through, they will also end sharply from northwest to southeast. But even non-thunderstorm wind gusts will be disruptive tonight. I want folks to be aware of that. Non-thunderstorm wind gusts could still reach 50 to 55 miles per hour in some spots. highest, most likely strong winds like that will be along the I-30 corridor. The winds should become a little less of a factor as you move farther southward the deeper we go into the night. In all fairness, as you look at these severe thunderstorm warnings, and I'm going to, again, loop this a little bit slower just so it's not, it can be kind of overstimulating to see all this stuff. But as you watch this broken line of thunderstorms, I cannot stress enough, not everyone is going to see rain tonight. You're going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning, and the storm's going to bypass your area, and you're going to go, what the heck was that? I was under a severe thunderstorm warning. It didn't rain a drop. But it got really windy. A lot of these warnings are for that reason, because of the strong thunderstorm-associated winds, even though the storms may actually bypass your area. It'll be a sharp wind shift from the south to the northwest. Temperatures will fall rapidly. In fact, there's a look at temperatures across the area just to kind of survey where we are. Yeah, 57 versus 74. Ahead of the boundary, 66. Behind the boundary, 57. So you're talking about pretty much a 10-degree drop immediately as the storms move through our area. The El Dorado storm, I mean, not necessarily bowing per se. It is probably more of a wind producer than anything at this point. I'm not really seeing an overly aggressive wind signature associated with these storms right now, but there's still going to be a gust front that is going to produce some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. In fact, if you look down here, this little green line that's starting to kind of bulge out from a lot of these storms across northwestern Louisiana, I think that's a little bit of outflow starting to... Yeah. So as you put that into motion, you can see that we're getting a gust front to form out ahead of these storms. Now, watch the winds. You've got this kind of solid line of winds cutting off right here. I'm getting really nerdy right now. We're just kind of analyzing radar. Who's our stream? Who's our stream? I have no idea why we just lost our stream. I don't know why we just lost that stream, y'all. But I think we're back up and running. If somebody can let me know that we're back up and running. That was weird. But anyway, I think we're back up and rolling. I think we just had a little bit of an internet hiccup, and we don't really have those here. So anyway, I think we're still good. Our biggest concern will be thunderstorm related wind gusts, even if you don't encounter a thunderstorm. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I don't know if that was on my end or not. But anyway, we're back. It's internet. Internet's not perfect. Sometimes there's a little glip and hiccup. In most instances, the feed will kind of resume itself as long as it's not too long of a time between internet connectivity. So that's weird. But anyway, as we watch these storms, the winds will be the biggest concern. South, then northwest. Even thunderstorm-related winds, even if you don't get a thunderstorm. I know this sounds really weird, but you're looking at the radar, and you've got to understand what I'm talking about. Not everyone's going to get rain, but the wind shift associated with a lot of these storms is going to be noticeable. Keep in mind a post-ice storm world. A lot of downed trees, power lines, and just stuff. Now's the time to prepare for power outages. Charge your mobile devices. I will say it again louder for the folks in the back. I am not immensely, at this point, overly concerned about tornado potential. I'm really focused on wind, maybe some hail possibilities. So let's go back to trying to estimate the arrival times of these storms. Again, just the line itself, very crude approximation. I'm going to take some of the... So Farmerville at 7:30. Let's go some slightly larger cities, just kind of filter some things out a little bit. So you can see Ruston at 7:39. Farmerville 7:34, Crossit 7:33. But you're already getting some thunderstorms in Crossit right now because you're dealing with the ongoing thunderstorms. So that's kind of misleading. But just kind of looking at most of what we're dealing with right here. Scott asks, what's the driving force behind the front and wind? Well, I mean, it's an Arctic cold front. We've got a big, sharp cold front moving through. But storm systems like this are dynamic in all levels of the atmosphere. If you're driving a severe weather threat, you need strong winds aloft. Well, these winds are getting increasingly strong as we get a new surge of energy around the mid-level base and trough of low pressure. We're seeing our winds strengthen from about 70 miles or 80 miles an hour in the mid-levels of the atmosphere to 100, 110 miles an hour in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. And it's kind of a chain reaction. It's kind of like pulling the string up and all the other sections of the string go up too. If you're strengthening the winds in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, you're going to probably start strengthening the winds in other levels of the atmosphere as well. And so it all kind of goes in tandem, hand in hand, and then at the surface, you get what's called pressure gradient winds. And we talked about this a little bit earlier today. But basically, you've got a strong low pressure system that's driving this cold front through the area. And then you've got a strong high pressure center, which brings that cold, dense air mass into place behind it. So now you've got strong high pressure, strong low pressure, relatively close together at the surface. The atmosphere is always trying to balance itself. High pressure is always, the air is trying to move from high pressure to low pressure to balance the pressure in the atmosphere. The stronger the difference, the stronger the gradient between the two, the stronger the air, the faster the air is going to move from high pressure to low pressure, stronger gradient winds, and you just get breezy conditions. Golf ball sized hail in El Dorado. Thank you for that. That obviously was probably a little bit earlier, I would assume. Rebecca also reports hail in Fountain Hill. Thank you for the heads up in that regard. Starting to get a storm right along the Ouachita River just south of the state line that will need to be watched just to make sure that it doesn't try to start spinning as one of these little prefrontal supercells. I think the biggest takeaway for a lot of our area right now is prepare for wind. It's going to be windy. It's already been windy, but it's about to get windier. Especially immediately along the boundary. Just going to switch back over real quick to see what kind of wind gusts we are working with. And also checking temperatures. Homer has dropped to 70 degrees. Plain dealing is now down to 57.7. So again, temperatures are falling pretty quickly in northwestern Louisiana as the cold front makes its way through. Yeah, Jeff brings up a really, really, really good point. Everybody's focused on tornado potential a lot, but straight line winds can cause just as many problems. Let's not forget, going back to May of last year, when we had the straight line winds that caused all kinds of problems in southern sections of Ouachita Parish. Let's not forget some of the 60 mile an hour or 65 mile an hour wind gusts we saw back on September 16th of last year. Straight line winds can cause problems. I think we're back on Facebook. I think also the internet's just going to be a little dodgy. Now, usually our internet's fairly stable, so if we have any problems, they should be pretty short and intermittent issues. But I think Jeff brings up Okay, so obviously we're having some kind of stream hiccups along the way, and I'll continue to kind of keep tabs on that, but I just hopped outside from outside the Floyd house, and my wife says, I haven't dropped the stream yet. So obviously, internet world is not perfect, but I'm not going anywhere in the short term unless something crazy happens. So we're just going to hang on to this, and if you do cut in and out, just bear with me. I am watching the stream on the bottom side of the screen. Just I appreciate it. It very well could be the wind. It could be wind just kind of creating some hiccups and interruptions, but it probably isn't. It's probably just, internet's weird sometimes. So again, bear with me. There's not a whole lot I can do to control it. To be honest with you, I've got the best internet that you can have in this area, so it's, this is what we're gonna deal with. So anyway, as we watch these storms continue to press off to the east and southeast, I think everybody's having some internet problems. So we'll just kind of stick with it, and when as the internet dodges in and out, we'll just try to, do the best we can with what we got. But we appreciate you guys hopping in and joining with us. If you're just joining in, we are watching a broken line of thunderstorms as it makes its way southeastward through portions of the ArkLaMiss. Severe thunderstorm warnings. Our tornado warning storm for Drew County has moved outside of our coverage area. Winds generally, non-thunderstorm wind gusts have generally been in the 40 to 45 mile an hour range. Just watching this storm, sorry. Who is the best internet? I'm not going to tell you because they don't sponsor what we do here. It's AT&T. Anyway, as we watch these storms continue to move through, most of our non-thunderstorm wind gusts have been 40, 45 miles per hour. Most of our thunderstorm wind gusts have been 60-ish miles per hour. And to be honest with you, I haven't really seen any observed that have reached those levels, at least not lately. Hail has generally been up to about a quarter size. In fact, we just got our first storm report from the Fountain Hill area of about quarter-sized hail. Winds are starting to pick up in Ruston, apparently. This is also not going to be one of those events, I think, where you're going to have the wind calm down before the storms arrive. It's going to be windy before, during, after. So I don't want, again, it's just a gusty, breezy storm system. Continuing to watch these storms from all different angles. Again, and Steve's right. AT&T fiber is what we're rolling here, and we highly, highly recommend it. We ran it through the entire ice storm, and it was phenomenal. We are finalizing some redundancy and some backup internet stuff that will also be very helpful somewhere down the line, but that's going to take a couple weeks. But no, I mean, like I said, we're just, there's nothing overly urgent as you watch these storms move through. In fact, they're starting to kind of break up even more so into more individualized storms instead of, solidifying themselves into one big monstrous line. I'm going to put things into motion and let this radar loop for just a little bit. And we can just kind of sit here and watch these storms as they make their way to the east. We've got a lot of folks that are joining the stream, whether they're from our immediate area. Yeah, Ronnie, every now and then we're going to have those hiccups. I appreciate you reloading in on YouTube for the sound and getting all squared away. The newest severe thunderstorm warning now out for Union County and Union Parish. 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.25 inches hail, which I believe is ping pong ball sized hail, $50 sized hail. So that newest warning goes until 8 o'clock. Storm moving east at 40 miles per hour. Temperatures are falling quickly in Homer, down to 66. So again, once the temperatures start falling in your area, the severe weather threat is ending for your area. And you'll notice it. Trust me. You'll step outside and go, oh my gosh, it's much colder. And it's windy. And the winds have shifted from the south to the northwest. Severe threats over in your area when that happens. Ouachita County, Columbia County, western half of Union County, severe threats over. Calhoun County, severe threats over. There's going to be a lot of areas out ahead of this main line that don't see thunderstorms but get some very gusty winds. This is going to be the comment that I'm going to hear a lot tonight is, we didn't get any rain, but boy, it was windy. Ronnie asked, will Calhoun and West Monroe get 60-mile-an-hour winds? That's tough. It's tough to say. And this is another thing that I reiterate a lot. But I obviously don't assume that anybody ever is sitting here watching every minute of every severe weather coverage that we ever do. But when storms like this move through and they are warning for the potential of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail or something like that, that does not mean a wall of 60-mile-an-hour winds are moving through. That just means that gusts within the thunderstorms could reach those levels. I say this all the time, and it's one of the biggest soapboxes that I will stomp and stamp and jump up and down on, is a lot of folks live in this area for years, if not decades, and live through tens, if not hundreds, of severe thunderstorm warnings and never truly experience a severe thunderstorm. Nonetheless, on a day like today, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of 50 and 60 and 70-mile-an-hour winds sustained just a few thousand feet up in our atmosphere. So if you get a storm that's building higher and higher in the atmosphere and then it taps into some of those winds and it drags them down to the surface, it won't take much for the winds to beef up to 70 miles an hour. That's another thing that we're starting to see in this storm toward Mount Lebanon and the Gibbsland area and the Pleasant Hill area along I-20. This is the strongest storm that we've probably seen in our area so far this evening. Along and south of I-20, near Highway 80 from Gibbsland to Mount Lebanon to Pleasant Hill, stretching east-southeast. I wouldn't be surprised for us to maybe pick up some 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts within those storms. So as we zoom out, again, I want to place special attention on this storm as it continues to move off to the south and east. Arcadia, Simsboro, Grambling, Ruston. Make sure that you're keeping an eye on this storm. It looks like it's moving east-southeast, kind of right along the interstate. If you're traveling along I-20 from Arcadia to Shreveport, anywhere from Ruston to Shreveport or vice versa, don't drive through this storm. Do not drive through this storm. It is not at this point, not an overly concerning tornado-warned storm. It is a wind producer. Maybe up to 70-mile-an-hour winds with this storm. I'm going to go through a bunch of different radar modes just for a second. Yeah, up to 2-inch hail is a possibility. As you put this thing into motion, and you can kind of see that it's generally moving just south of due east. And I'm going to clock it at 45 miles per hour. And we're going to do it like this. We're going to draw it out like that. Of course it's going to do that. Let's call it 40 miles an hour just because, yeah, I mean, this is a pretty mean-looking thunderstorm. Got about, I would say 20 to 25 minutes. I should have done this at 50 miles an hour. In fact, that's what I'm going to redraw it at. Ignore what I just showed you. So those are some of the estimated arrival times of this storm as it continues to move off to the east-southeast. The latest upgrade from the National Weather Service now bumps this storm up to what's considered the damage considerable tag, basically up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and up to golf ball-sized hail with this storm as it moves through north-central Louisiana. Elsewhere, we again have some organized storms into eastern Union County, into central and southern sections of Bradley County, a new severe thunderstorm warning out for portions of Ashley County and into northern Morehouse Parish for a few clusters of storms that are immediately along the state line, from White Station northeastward to Snyder and Montrose, just areas across eastern sections of Ashley County and into southeastern Drew County. All of those are moving off to the east. That warning goes until 8:15. Hail-producing and wind-producing storms continue across northern Chico County. Main concern is wind and hail for eastern Union County and into northern sections and northeastern sections of Union Parish. But the most organized storm currently is this severe thunderstorm warned storm till 7:45 for portions of Union County, Lincoln Parish, Union Parish, Bienville and Claiborne parishes in northern Louisiana. Also includes northwestern sections of Jackson Parish. Can't rule out the possibility of a brief embedded tornado within that Lincoln Parish storm. Embedded does not imply weak. It just means that it could be very quick forming, to the point where we may not even be able to get a tornado warning issued for it because it would form so quickly. And this is going to make its way right down I-20 from just west of Arcadia. Like I said, if you've got kids at Grambling State or at Louisiana Tech, make sure you give them a phone call and let them know what's going on as the storm makes its way eastward. The evolution of the storm may carry it south of town, but you're under the severe thunderstorm warning. You should be sheltered. And you have had a lot of time, a lot of lead time to get off the roadways and get into a safe place. Again, how would you protect yourself from this? Just like you would from a tornado. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors, lowest level, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Also wondering if this is starting to kind of wrap in. I'm beginning to wonder if we're getting some kind of inflow into this and trying to develop a tornado. I can't really say that with a lot of certainty. Either way, this is a wind and hail producing storm and could be a big problem along I-20 here in the short term. As we zoom out, and I'm going to put the storms kind of in motion for just a second, and keep in mind that we are splitting a very large area with a lot of different radar vantage points as these storms continue to move off to the east. Wind is our biggest concern. Hail can't be ruled out. A brief tornado can't be ruled out as well. Thanks to those who have taken time to join us on this Sunday evening as we continue to watch multiple severe thunderstorms as they make their way east and southeast through the area. Again, a reminder that tornado watches are in effect for pretty much the entire region. For some areas until 9, for some areas until 11, and for some areas until midnight. Calhoun County, Ouachita County, you folks were just trimmed away from the tornado watches. Your severe weather threat has ended. But continuing to watch mainly these clusters of storms as they make their way from far southeastern Arkansas into northern Louisiana. Again, I would not be surprised for golf ball or larger sized hail, really in any instance at this point. These storms, while kind of linear in nature and lining up along our cold front, they've really kind of maintained their individualized structure. It's almost like a broken line of supercells at this point. They are moving rather rapidly, and as I mentioned, as temperatures fall in your particular area, the severe weather threat will end rather rapidly. My biggest concern right now is this storm right along the interstate. And the potential that it may be wrapping into trying to develop a tornado. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it looks like we're trying to develop a little bit of a hook echo, rain-wrapped tornado, and then with that latest image, it looks even stronger. Again, for folks in and around Arcadia, please make sure you're sheltered from this storm. Simsboro, Grambling, Ruston, you folks are all next. For folks that are asking downstream of this storm over into Monroe and West Monroe and Ouachita Parish, way too early to jump into those types of specifics. And I know you're thinking that's only 30 miles away or so. I totally acknowledge and understand that. But that's a long time from now. And this storm could look a lot different between now and then. I don't think the wind and hail potential from this storm is really going, and it's essentially right along the boundary, so the boundary is just going to continue to carry it eastward. But I also don't want to lose sight of the storms that are continuing across southeastern Arkansas. Most of these are looked to be hail producers, to be honest with you. Maybe producing some gusty winds, and maybe for folks that are in these areas, they can maybe, I don't want you to go outside and measure winds or measure hail or anything like that. But, if the storms have already cleared your area, maybe you can give us one of those, hey, yeah, it was pretty rough, or it wasn't that bad, or whatever. Again, that's all subjective, so it's really weird for me to ask that when I hate when folks ask me, hey, how bad is it going to be? That's a weird question to ask, because again, bad means different to everybody in different manners. This broken line of storms continues to move to the east pretty quickly. Again, cannot stress enough that the severe threat will end as this cluster of storms moves through your area. If you were to draw a line from these storms as they make their way through, okay? So from you folks back northwest of this line, in the AC area for all clear, not air conditioning, you folks are done. Like, as soon as the storms end in your area, even if you missed out on the storms, if you were northwest of this line, if you're in this area right here, the severe threat's over for you folks. If you are out ahead of this line, you got to pay attention to these storms. Even if it looks like these storms are going to miss your particular area, they could look a lot different by the time they approach your region. I know that folks in Monroe and West Monroe right now are looking and going, these storms may split us. And there's a good chance it may happen. But we can't say that with a high level of certainty, and also the winds are going to be strong regardless of thunderstorm activity. You're going to see that wind shift from the south to the northwest, and it could be disruptive. Even non-thunderstorm winds could be disruptive. Josh asks, headed to Winfield, currently south of Alexandria. What's it looking like? Depending on how far you are south of Alexandria, you've got some storms approaching from the west. They will probably get there in the next 2 hours or so. So it's going to be kind of a foot race to see if you can get all the way to Winfield. I'd keep an eye on the radar. There's also a chance that those storms absolutely bypass you and you don't get any rain by the time you get to Winfield. But as you watch this storm south of Arcadia that's making its way eastward towards Simsboro and Ruston, and this is Oak Grove in... I don't know how many Oak Groves we have in Louisiana, but it seems like every parish has an Oak Grove. This is Oak Grove in far southwestern reaches of Lincoln Parish. We have 2 Oak Groves that are 100 miles from each other. A lot of folks asking about Ruston. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45. A reminder that the Digital Weather Desk offers 100% free severe weather alerts through the Digital Weather Desk app. You can program up to 15 different locations across the country. Got a text message from a friend of mine in the greater Little Rock area near Greenbrier and Bigelow and those areas up north of Little Rock. And he said, I got a tornado warning with your app today faster than anywhere else. Not saying that as a brag, but they are that fast. So, again, I highly suggest that you download it. This is by far our biggest storm that we're dealing with right now. Our most organized storm is the one that's moving through northern sections of Bienville Parish. We'll be moving into southern Lincoln and northern Jackson Parish in the next half hour or so. Elsewhere, we have other storms making their way through eastern sections of Union County and far northern sections of Union Parish. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings across far northern Morehouse Parish and much of Ashley County and into northern sections of Chico County. Those severe thunderstorm warnings go from 7:30 in some instances, 8:15 in other instances. This one goes until 8. This one goes until 7:45. There's a slew of different warnings out for assorted different times across the area. Well, Kat, you asked, is it moving more south as it goes? I mean, most of these are moving just south of due east, so we'll call them east-southeast. But yeah, they're running just a little bit more south as they go. Corbin does ask, what are the chances looking like? I don't really see a lot of immediate rotation with a lot of these storms. At one point, I was kind of worried about the structure of this storm trying to form a tornado, but as I look at it right now, this looks to just be a wind maker. And again, as I answer questions about one specific area, a lot of folks are asking about areas farther down the line. If you're under a watch, my default answer is always going to be pay attention. If you're behind the area, if you're behind the line of storms and the severe threat has ended, I will tell you, your severe threat has ended. You can go to bed. You don't have to watch this stuff anymore. If it's out ahead of you, I'm never going to tell you. If you're in Bastrop right now, let's say you're in Sterlington. Let's say Sterlington. And as you look at these storms in Sterlington, from Sterlington's vantage point, you may be thinking, I think these are all going to miss us. I think these are all going to miss us. And I may be thinking that too. But I'm never going to tell you, you can stop paying attention, because what happens if these storms reform, if they shift, if they turn, if outflow develops additional storms that weren't there 20 minutes ago? These are all scenarios that I've not only seen happen, but that happen frequently. And so I'm never going to, if you're out ahead of these storms, I'm never going to sit here and tell you, you're good. Yeah, just you can go ahead and stop paying attention. I'm just not going to do it. So for folks that are asking in Monroe and Rayville and Delhi and Calhoun and Jonesboro and Winsboro, all these areas, and you're asking, what about this area? Pay attention. That's all I'm going to tell you. Because I'm not going to live with the conscience of me telling you, you're probably okay. And then you go, and then when I say probably, you go, oh, he said I'm okay. Then you go to bed. Then a tornado hits your house. We go back to the Ruston tornado back in 2019 a billion times over. Once folks go to bed, we can't wake you back up. Steven says it was raining like a cow doing business on a flat rock with little hail and strong, but it has slacked off. And that's about as quickly as it's going to happen. I appreciate your colorful commentary as well. But yeah, that's how it's going to happen for a lot of these storms. They're going to move through. You're going to get the storms. You're going to get the wind. You're going to get the rain. You're going to get all that stuff in a short period of time. And it's going to be done. It's going to be over. Aiden asks about Morehouse Parish. Yeah, I mean, most of the parish has not gotten a drop of rain. The far northern sections of the parish have received a little bit of rain, and the far northern portions of the parish are under a severe thunderstorm warning currently. It looks like most of the northern part of the parish is going to see the rainfall, while the central and southern parts of the parish may miss a lot of these storms. But I'm not going to say that with a lot of certainty. I'm going to tell you that you're under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight, and you need to stay weather aware. Again, the winds themselves will be disruptive. Even if you don't get thunderstorms tonight, the winds themselves will be attention-getting and disruptive in many locations. Wind is arriving in Farmerville. Again, so if you put all this into motion, or if you stop putting all this into motion, and let's pull up storm relative velocity. So you could see, well, it's the base velocity also tells you as well. We're getting some of the stronger winds along this boundary. So let's look front. So our front is basically right through there. There's a look at our temperatures behind the boundary. This is going to be a sharp change. Heather, in all fairness, Heather does right as the storms really start picking up in Simsboro and along in northern parish, in the northern sections of northern Louisiana. These storms are moving kind of east-southeast, for those asking on YouTube. Just south of due east. Generally east, but just south of due east. But Heather says, I feel like it never just rains anymore. Always a very severe event. Not true. In all fairness, I think folks are just more aware of severe thunderstorm, and a lot of folks in Ouachita Parish are about to get the new severe thunderstorm warning. But I think what a lot of it is you're just aware of things more often. I think as we become adults and you start paying attention to weather more frequently than we did when you're younger, first off, there are more ways of receiving weather information. You're bombarded by it on social media. You're bombarded by it on television. You're bombarded here and there. So you're just more in tune and aware than you used to be. And we get a lot of rain events. But you don't remember them because they're just rain events. I understand your sentiment, though, if that makes any sense. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning. It overlaps the existing one that goes until 7:45. So there's there's this Venn diagram of an area from Ruston to Grambling that is included now under two different severe thunderstorm warnings. One goes until 7:45, one goes until 8:30. The new severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 8:30 is for a good chunk of Jackson Parish, Southern Lincoln Parish, Southwestern Ouachita Parish, South Central Union Parish, and Northeastern Bienville Parish. 70-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail remain possible with these storms as they move east, now at 30 miles per hour. So they have slowed down a smidge. Estimated time of arrival of the strongest part of the storm as it moves to the south and east. Simsboro, pretty much right now. Grambling at about 7:45. Moving out into western sections of Ouachita Parish shortly before 8:30. It should be worth noting that we are under the tornado possible tag for these storms as they move eastward. Heather asks a very legitimate question. I love it when you guys ask these types of questions. She asks, might be a dumb question. Not a dumb question. Not a dumb question at all. How are the shapes of these polygons determined? Marisol, is just a new severe thunderstorm warning. But these polygons are they're hand drawn by National Weather Service meteorologists, where they take a few different things into account. They take into account the severe portion of the storm. They take into account its forward motion, and then they usually give themselves some room for error in terms of if the storm were to wobble north or wobble south. So if you, for instance, as you take a look at this severe thunderstorm warned storm moving through Lincoln Parish, this storm is moving more just south of due east, so they kind of give themselves a little bit of wiggle room just in case it dives even farther south, or if it straightens out and continues eastward. So you can kind of see why they drew that polygon out that way. Now, there are a lot of instances where also polygons are drawn in really, really awkward ways, like this one that ends right here, and then there had to be another issue. That's because the National Weather Service in the National Weather Service in Shreveport stops issuing severe warnings at Union Parish and Union County. When you go into Ashley County and Morehouse Parish, the National Weather Service in Jackson takes over, so they have to then draw one from this area and draw out to the east. So it's county warning area, storm motion. Sometimes some polygons are much, much longer because the storms are moving faster. So if you have these really long, skinny ones, that's usually because the storm is going to move very quickly from west to east through that area. Sometimes you get these little short, little squatty ones, and that's because the storms are moving really slowly. So as you watch these storms as they move through, and again, I want to just echo the fact that this is a scattered cluster of storms as it makes its way eastward through the area. And what I mean by that is not everyone's going to see rain, but pretty much everyone's going to see some pretty gusty winds. And we had mentioned that earlier. Carrie says it's kind of scary sounding right now south of Grambling. And you folks are kind of in the thick of this storm as it makes its way from Simsboro to Pleasant Hill down toward the Woodville community. Of course, if you have pictures of hail or wind damage or stuff like that, it can always be submitted through the Digital Weather Desk app. You can also email storm reports and stuff like that to report@digitalweatherdesk.com. Yes, we are live on YouTube right now as well. So you do not have to stay on Facebook. Carrie says, hailing south of Grambling. If you can give me a size of that hail or estimate it, do not go outside. Don't get anywhere too close to a window. But if you can let us know the size of that so I can relay the National Weather Service, that would be greatly appreciated. In relation to a coin, if you can. Nickel, penny, dime, quarter, whatever. But again, pictures, all that stuff can be uploaded via the Digital Weather Desk app. Watching a possible rotating storm up in Greenville, Mississippi. A reminder of our severe thunderstorm warnings that are continuing across southeastern Arkansas. Mainly at this point, it looks to be for hail across northern Chico County and in northern sections of Washington County. For storms immediately along the Mississippi River. And then additional severe thunderstorm warnings stretching back into southern sections of Ashley County, far eastern Union County and Union Parish, and northern sections of Morehouse Parish as well. For those that are just joining in, because we have seen quite a bit of a boost, if you will, in viewership numbers as the new severe thunderstorm warnings have come out. Here's a look at our current watches and warnings. All of the orange alerts are severe thunderstorm warnings. All of the red areas are tornado watches. The whole county parish map, that's tornado watches. And again, they go until 9 o'clock for western counties and parishes, 11 o'clock for the eastern counties and parishes, and midnight for the southern counties and parishes. So 3 different tornado watches, including the vast majority of the ArkLaMiss region, with the exception of folks along the Mississippi Valley in parts of Mississippi, basically from Warren County down to Adams County. From Vicksburg to Natchez, you folks will probably be included in a warning a little bit later on. But everybody else is under some sort of tornado watch, unless your watch has already been canceled. Columbia, Ouachita, and Calhoun counties have already been trimmed away from their earlier tornado watch. But again, those go until 9, 11, midnight, depending on your location. A lot of folks are starting to talk about the power flickering in the Clay and Ansley areas as you move, again, into portions of Jackson and Lincoln parishes as this storm moves through. And it's also worth noting for folks in Clay and Ansley and some of these areas along 167 is that it looks like the winds are kind of outrunning the thunderstorm at this point if you're already getting some gusty winds and things of that nature. But for folks that are out ahead of these storms, I'm going to continue to echo the same sentiment. If you're ahead of this line of storms, regardless of what it looks like as they head your direction, I'm going to urge you to make sure that you stay weather aware. Be aware of the conditions that are in your area. You're likely under a tornado watch, so just pay attention. That's another thing that I've really kind of taken out and I haven't shown a lot of is the lightning. There's a lot of lightning with these storms. It can be really, really distracting and kind of overstimulating sometimes when you're looking at the radar and you've got all these little white lines just everywhere. But for folks that are sending in hail reports, greatly appreciate them. If you can attach a size, please don't say marble. Because if you say, hey, we're getting marble-sized hail, I'm going to go, cool. What size marble? Because marbles come in all different sizes. Dime-size hail in Simsboro. Thank you so much, Brooke. A lot of folks talking about the winds. Again, this is a very dynamic storm system. So the winds, regardless of thunderstorms in your area, the frontal passage itself is going to produce some very strong winds in the next couple of hours across the entire area. I will continue to echo that because as you look at this line of storms, there's going to be a lot of areas that miss out on thunderstorms, but still get a lot of front-related winds. Not necessarily thunderstorm-related winds, but associated with the frontal passage. Lots of lightning in the Quitman area. Yeah, as this storm now starts to almost take out that supercell structure all over again. This storm has evolved in so many different ways in the last 20 to 30 minutes, but continues to produce the heaviest rainfall out over the Grambling area and headed toward Ruston. If there was going to be a tornado that would form, it would probably be in that area right there. But I'm not saying that that's imminent. I'm not even saying that that's a concern. Just kind of analyzing the structure of this storm. Jesse says, South Grambling area, small marble-sized hail, lots of rain, not too much wind. So small hail. Again, for those that hop in and relay reports, coin size is what we usually prefer or we ask for. But you know what? Even if you just say, hey, it's hailing in my area, or hey, it's really windy in my area, as long as you're engaged with us, I don't really care what you send me. Whatever you tell me, I'm gonna use, and I appreciate you sending it in. Do have one picture of hail that has been uploaded to the Digital Weather Desk app. North of Bossier City. Tim, thank you so much for sending that in. Some of the hail from earlier this evening. So appreciate that. A lot of folks are starting to say the winds are picking up, and we're starting to get. I honestly, as we've watched this, as I've watched this platform grow, I have started to note when the weather gets bad, viewership increases, and that's kind of where we are right now. Is a lot of folks in Ruston and Grambling are getting shellacked pretty good by this thunderstorm, and so a lot of folks are just hopping in and wanting to know what's going on. Main concern is for wind and hail. A tornado threat exists, but it is pretty low at this point. Again, this looks to be mainly a wind and hail producing scenario. And I just want folks in Ruston and Grambling to make sure that they're, set up and where they need to be. Where is that? Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows. Charge your cell devices. Be prepared for power outages, especially as these storms start making their way into Ouachita Parish. And for folks that are watching this stuff downstream, I also want to urge and reiterate that we're going to run into the problem of a lot of storm damage, ice storm damaged areas are going to run into the issues of old tree branches and damaged tree branches getting knocked out. So just be aware of that. I don't know why we just lost this. We've apparently maybe lost our stream on X. And I'm not going to end our stream and resume it just because of that. But apparently we lost our stream on X and then never regained it. So we'll just stay on Twitch and Facebook and YouTube for this point. Yep, keep a power bank close by. Like I said, just go ahead and be prepared for the potential for power outages. And that's, Carrie's already saying, it seems to be easing up south of Grambling. As quickly as it will move through in your area, it will wrap up in your area. These are going to be fast-moving thunderstorms. And to be honest with you, as we've watched these storms start to approach Ouachita Parish, they're kind of getting stretched out and losing that tight, compact really organized structure. As we go back to southeastern Arkansas, continuing to watch these storms as they make their way through southeastern Arkansas, Ashley County and Chico counties. Yeah, I think we lost when we were having the internet hiccup earlier with X. I think we lost them and then it just never came back. Jessica says, hail in Ruston like it's snowing. That's not good. Obviously, hail is not going to be a welcome sight for anybody. If you have carports tonight, make sure you use them. A lot of folks reporting hail on Louisiana Tech's campus. Thanks for relaying all that. I quickly relay that stuff to the National Weather Service when we get those types of pieces of information. So thanks for passing that along. Large tree down in northern Jackson Parish near the Clay community. Appreciate all the reports, folks, as the heaviest activity now stretches from Ruston southward down 167 toward the Clay and Ainsley communities. Again, downstream from these storms, Calhoun, Monroe, West Monroe, Ears, Chatham. If you have carports, use them. Wind and hail will be a possibility. Post-ice storm, tree branches, structurally unsound and unsafe trees. 40 and 50 and 60 mile an hour wind gusts could bring those puppies down. So again, be prepared for the possibility of power outages. Power issues that we normally wouldn't have could be increased because of where we sit in this kind of post-ice storm scenario as it continues across the region. Speaking of outages very quickly, here's a look, again, just at some of the rough estimates of power outages. 13% of Bienville Parish now out of power. A good chunk of Drew County, 16.5% of Drew County without power. So be prepared for the possibility of outages as these storms continue to move through. Again, mainly hail and wind producers in southeastern Arkansas. Can't rule out a brief tornado along the I-20 corridor, but this looks to be more disorganized than it was earlier, and it still looks to be, at this point, to be primarily a wind producer. Ruston, down 167 toward, like I said, far northwestern sections of Lincoln, Jackson Parish. Woodville, Clay, Ansley, down as far south as Quitman, where we're starting to get some heftier radar returns. All of this continues to sweep east. Ouachita Parish, Calhoun, Monroe, West Monroe, Cadeville, all these at West Ouachita High School, and Eris, Chatham, Okaloosa, all those areas. Keep an eye on these storms. Charge your mobile devices. Prepare for possible power outages. And now, as we approach the 8 o'clock hour, let me please reiterate this one more time for everybody, as we have several hundred folks joining us on this live stream right now. Even if you don't encounter thunderstorms, it will be windy in your area. Even if you don't get a drop of rainfall, winds will be very, very breezy out of the south. Then they will shift and be very, very breezy out of the northwest. Non-thunderstorm wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour will be possible across the area in the short term, in the few hours before the front passes through your area and the few hours after the front passes through your area. And I'm saying this because while I've reiterated it and we've echoed it multiple times, folks hop in these streams and they hop out, and some folks get the information and they don't get the information. So while we reiterate and we echo a lot of stuff, it is for everybody's own good. Let me throw something else out there. Temperatures are falling very, very quickly across the area. So I need folks to be prepared that once the front passes, temperatures are going to fall a good 10 to 15 degrees probably in a half hour's time. You will know when the severe weather threat ends for your area. But for folks that are hopping in and going, hey, what about for us? Anybody northwest of this line, anybody in this area right here, where the triangle is, you guys are all clear. It's only the storms out ahead of this cluster or this complex, this broken line of storms that really need to be aware. There is no round two. There is no second surge of anything. It's just this front. Debbie says it south side of Shudrint. Sudden, strong, cool winds with lightning and rain starting now. I'm telling you, folks, when you step outside after this front passes, you're going to go from the warm southerly winds to the super sharp cold winds behind it. Christy says, done got cold in Dubach. Same for you folks in Natchitoches. It's all connected. It doesn't look like it is, but it's just a broken line of semi-discrete supercells. You could call it a quasi-linear convective system, but it's basically just a bunch of supercell-like structures all in a line ahead of the front. Now, if I switch over to the temperatures, notice how quickly temperatures cool off behind it. So again, ahead of the boundary, we're talking 76 degrees. Behind the boundary, 55 degrees, 57, 58. Ahead of it, 75, 77. Lydia, I have no idea why the Weather Channel does anything the way they do things. Probably not supposed to say stuff like that, but I don't know. Winds picking up in the Luna community. Wind just hit Marion. Again, I cannot stress this enough. This is gonna be a windy system. Somebody's gonna lose power tonight and not get a drop of rain. Let me get. Hang on a second. I hope you guys don't think I'm mad at you when I'm demonstrative. I don't have anything else to do, so I just bang on the desk. Try to get my point across. All right, 40 miles an hour. So we're going to use 40. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. Not a single tornado warning in effect for our area. Tornado watch in effect. Not a single tornado warning in effect. That's fair, because I don't have anything up there that says severe thunderstorm warnings. I need to build a key or a legend that shows orange for severe thunderstorm warnings, red for tornado warnings. So the latest severe thunderstorm warnings we have, Chico County and Washington County, Mississippi until 8:45. 8:15, so another 20 minutes across portions of Ashley County and Morehouse Parish. 8 o'clock for portions of Union County and Union Parish, although that storm's pretty much already cleared your area. And then Lincoln Parish, Western Ouachita Parish, far southern Union Parish, and mainly Jackson Parish. It includes Bienville Parish too, but the storm's already moved out. That goes until 8:30. Ileana asks, how's it sell looking in Ruston as it heads toward Monroe? I mean, it's still there. I wouldn't say it's overly weaker. I wouldn't necessarily say it's overly strong either, or not overly stronger. Kind of just maintaining its intensity as it moves eastward. Good news is that pretty much our entire Little Rock County warning area is now out of the severe weather threat, which means Ouachita, Calhoun, Bradley, and Drew counties in southern Arkansas. You guys are done. Robert Big Shot Bob Perry says lightning meter just went off at the Barron Road National Golf Club, where he is the only golf member. Again, broken line of storms with packing some strong winds across the area. And I want to reiterate that not everyone's going to see storms tonight, but we will all see some very gusty winds. Sierra says it's starting to calm down in Ruston. Yeah, you guys are kind of on the back end of this now, as the strongest part of the storm now phases into northern sections of Jackson Parish, headed toward Eris and Chatham and some of those spots as it continues to move just south of due east. Non-severe wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour will be possible as this front moves through the region over the next 3 to 4 hours. I mean, there's a lot of folks hopping on because, again, the wind is so attention-getting at this point. One-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds are our main concern with the Chico County, Washington County storm. As all of this moves east, there's also a lot of lightning associated with it. Everybody's saying the same thing. They're just everybody's really kind of marveled by the wind as it moves through in any one particular area. Ivan asks, any signatures that may indicate circulation incoming? Really not at this point. The way these storms are structured, at least in our immediate area right now, keep hitting this microphone. These look to be wind and hail. In fact, the storm that's moving into to Crossett and much of Ashley County, actually moving just to the east of Crossett along Highway 425, that looks to be just a straight-up wind producer. As you start to see it kind of take on this little reverse C kidney bean structure in this area right here along 425 as it moves east, I wouldn't be surprised to see some pretty strong winds there. Hail would be a concern here as this storm continues to crawl east of 165 into southern Chico County. As we watch a lot of that storm in northern Louisiana, I don't want to lose track of these storms along the Mississippi Valley as they move from Greenville south toward Eudora. Please exercise caution if you're traveling in that area, and I would highly suggest that you avoid travel in the immediate short term until these storms clear your area. Same story really for folks that are traveling in northern sections of Jackson Parish. I'm not going to say travel's impossible as you move out in I-20 from Monroe to Ruston. I mean, it's probably rainy and there's probably some very gusty winds. The winds are probably more of a headache than the than the rain at this point. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's put the radar back into motion so you're not just sitting there staring at something. Also still trying to catch, because we've got these auto posts, the warnings that pop up and automatically post on the map. And a lot of folks are still commenting on those because they don't realize that we're live here. So I'm trying to catch some of those so I just don't miss some information that I can relay to folks. By the way, Plain Dealing down to 58 degrees. Dubach down to 61. Homer's down to 57. Coshada down to 60 flat. Farmerville's already down to 67.6. I'm telling you, folks, Ringgold's down to 59.4. Temperatures are going to fall rapidly behind this boundary. The front itself, Brittany, is moving east. Rhonda just asked what direction is the weather moving as well. All of this is moving east. Some of the individualized cells may be moving slightly north or slightly south of due east. In fact, but the front itself is pushing everything generally east. The storm in southern Ashley County is moving essentially due east. The one in northern Louisiana and in northern Jackson Parish is moving slightly south of due east. But look how fast these things are moving too. I mean, we're covering a lot of ground in the last hour. We've gone from Webster Parish now entering Ouachita Parish, so we're making some pretty decent inroads in terms of getting a lot of this activity. And the good news is we're getting really close to getting a lot of the storms out of southeastern Arkansas and out of western Mississippi. Then we can kind of shift all of our attention toward the southern storms. But some hail producers are still out there across southeastern Arkansas, probably some wind producers as well as these move off to the east. A lot of folks are starting to quiet down a little bit. Yep, there's your new severe thunderstorm warning in southern Chico County. And a new severe thunderstorm warning out for Ouachita Parish, Jackson Parish, northern Caldwell Parish. So 2 new warnings out. Let's break those down one by one. The new one out until 9 o'clock, again, for portions of Chico County and Washington County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, located from a line from near Shaw to near Kilbourne, moving east at 40. Again, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail possible with those storms. Newest severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Caldwell, Jackson, Lincoln, Ouachita, and Union parishes is again for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail moving east at 50 miles per hour. So again, this is the newest severe thunderstorm warning. It includes Monroe, West Monroe, and most of Ouachita Parish. It does not include Sterlington, but it includes Calhoun, Monroe, West Monroe, the southern parts of the parish, Richwood and Brownsville, Balkanville, Luna, all those areas as well. Bosco, all those spots. So again, this goes until 8:45 for a storm that's moving east at about 50 miles per hour. Just a crude ETA on the strongest part of this storm, and we'll say it's, again, moving at a flat 50 miles an hour. Eris, Chatham in the next 5 to 10 minutes, Richwood by about 8:25, Mangum by about 8:52, and I know a lot of folks are going, you completely bypassed Monroe, West Monroe with that. To be honest with you, it looks like the bulk, if this continues to move just slightly south of due east, the vast majority of this is going to miss downtown Monroe and West Monroe, but would probably be showing up for you folks in the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings kind of give they paint with a broader brush than they usually will, just to make sure that everybody within that warning is alerted. And also for folks that are just hopping on this live stream, there's going to be some non-thunderstorm wind gusts with this front that will probably reach 45 or 50 miles per hour. So even if you don't get rain from these storms, the winds will be noticeably gusty. Diana says, just got the new severe thunderstorm warning from app before the weather radio went off. I'm glad to hear that. Again, time is of the essence with a lot of this stuff, so I'm just glad that we're able to provide something to you that benefits you and that you can use. So again, a look at the tornado watches that are in place. Let's check I-20 cameras just really quick. Ooh. So you can see the lightning off in the distance on the western side of the parish. These cameras go from west to east. So Well Road's on the far western side of the parish. Some of them look east, some of them look west. All of these cameras are courtesy of DOTD. But the westernmost camera on this graphic is the top left at Well Road. The farthest east is bottom right at Pecanland Mall. Yeah, rain ending in Cedar Creek area of Ruston, 0.15 of an inch of rain, which is actually surprisingly, I'm surprised they got that much. From Mr. C. Reed McClellan on YouTube. Thank you so much for that report. That's a great report. Temperature dropped from 77 to 60. No hail observed. Winds are still like 2 miles an hour from the west. So again, I appreciate those alerts. We're going to hang out here just because I do anticipate with some of the gusty winds that are going to shift through the area over the next 24 to 48 hours. The next 30 minutes to an hour. There's going to be a lot of folks that are probably at least going to lose power or have power flicker. So we're just going to kind of hang out here as these storms make their way through northern Louisiana. The newest severe thunderstorm warnings are out as well. Tornado watch is out until midnight for the southern half. For the rest of us till 9 or 11, depending on location. Emma asked, do you think the storm will get worse when it gets to Richland Parish? I can't envision them, rapidly intensifying or anything like that, but I would still expect them to pack a punch. And regardless of storm organization, storm intensity, no matter how organized these storms are, they will produce some gusty winds as the front moves through. Even non-thunderstorm winds will be gusty and attention-getting. So we've got some lightning. We'll come back to these cameras in just a minute. I just wanted to be honest with you, just look at them and see what we were rolling with. Reminder of the severe thunderstorms that continue across southeastern Arkansas, into Ashley and Chico counties, far northern Morehouse Parish. We're really kind of now at this point where we've got three different kind of clustered areas of storms. We've got these here moving generally east. We've got this one here generally moving just south of due east. And then we've got these storms now moving into portions of Wynn and Grant Parish, moving just south of due east. All of this is working in relation to a cold front that is moving east. Anybody behind this front in the squiggle area here, anybody to the northwest of the boundary, anybody on the northwestern half of this map, the severe weather threat is over. If you step outside right now and it's cold, your severe weather threat is over. And again, you'll know what I mean when you step outside and you've gone from 77 to 60 or 77 to 62 and getting colder and colder and colder. You'll know what I mean when the front passes through your area. A lot of folks are reporting the stronger winds that are popping up in western Ouachita Parish out by West Ouachita High School out in the Caveville area. Again, all of that checks out with the strongest winds now stretching associated with this storm from near the I-20 corridor all the way back to Jonesboro and generally moving almost due east. Starting to hear the rumbles of thunder here in Monroe as well. And our daughter has all of a sudden, just very recently, become scared of thunder. So this should be an interesting night. Again, just crude time frames. Chatham in about 3 or 4 minutes. West Monroe in about 10 minutes. Monroe at about 8:20. Monroe Regional about 5 minutes after that. These are just some crude estimated times of arrival for some of these storms as they make their way through Ouachita Parish. Meanwhile, continuing to also keep tabs of the ones in southeastern Arkansas. Let me get a solid forward motion on this storm. We'll storm track it out. Most of these are still moving east at 40. So we'll track this out at 40 as well. Again, Wilmot, Eudora, Kilbourne, all of these areas probably in the next half hour. Lots of warnings. The warning map gets really messy with a lot of this stuff. Lake Village and Greenville in the next, again, 20 to 30 minutes. Greenville about 8:35. Already seen some pretty hefty thunderstorms that have moved through those areas. Arcola and some of these folks just north of Hollandale into northern sections along the Mississippi Delta. It'll be a little after or right around 9 o'clock for you folks. As we continue to keep an eye on all of this as it moves east. Anybody behind this line, storms have already started to wrap up for a lot of you folks, and the severe threat has ended. Camden, Magnolia, El Dorado, Farmerville, Homer, Haynesville, Ruston. The severe threat is over. And everybody continues to comment on the winds. I appreciate the measure. I'm not discounting you. I think a lot of folks are getting not caught off guard, but even though we continue to say how windy it is extremely attention-getting as to how much the wind continues to move through, how much the winds shift so dramatically from south to northwest and how strong they are. Again, a very dynamic storm system. Winds are strong before, during, and after. Going to continue to loop the radar here for just a second as we start to await storms as they approach Ouachita Parish and through northern and north central Louisiana. Again, I'm going to loop this, go full screen for just a few minutes. Going to go run and grab something to drink as we wait for these storms to start moving in. And I'll be right back. But you're watching the Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank. All right, thanks so much for being patient. Just needed to run and grab some water. We ran out of. I had root beer, and we ran out of root beer. Now the winds are starting to pick up here at the house. So, for those that are just joining in or have been a part of this, you're watching the Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank. We've been alive for about 2.5 hours watching this cluster of scattered strong to severe thunderstorms, mainly wind and hail producers. We have not had a single tornado warning, and nor do these really look at this point to be imminent tornado producers. They look to be wind and hail producers. And again, I would tell folks and continue to urge folks to be prepared for power outages. It was not a beat of root beer. It was Sonic. It was Sonic root beer. They accidentally gave us one and they told us to keep it, so it wasn't even mine. But I'm not going to turn down a root beer. So as you take a look at these storms as they move off to the east, Chico County and Washington County still 60 mile an hour and hail potential, 60 mile an hour wind gusts and hail potential. And then the storms that are starting to make their way into Monroe, West Monroe. And really the strongest parts of these storms are in the southwestern sections of the parish. Cadeville, Brownsville, Balcomville, and a lot of these areas as well. Just making sure I'm not missing anything on the phone. Winds are really starting to pick up again. I say really starting to pick up. I can hear them. Let's go back over to the cameras real quick. I have no idea what that was in my backyard. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. Let me check and see what that was. I will put the radar back up. And it doesn't sound like it was anything like overly bad, but I think we're good here, folks, but boy, it's getting really windy. And I sat there and just and told folks to be prepared for the very, very strong winds associated with this stuff. But I'm telling you, they are whipping out of the west and will continue to move through the area in that 50 to 60 mile an hour type wind gusts. So, again, if you're in the path of these storms, prepare for power outages. There are a lot of folks, myself included, who are still post-ice storm and very, very uneasy when the winds start picking up in this regard. A lot of us still have a lot of trees that are structurally unsafe around our homes, and it makes you very, very uneasy when you start hearing these winds. And I'm just being honest with you. So if, as these storms make their way through Ouachita Parish, if I leave you from time to time, just understand I'm a husband, a father, and a homeowner as well. I will come back. I got to keep an eye on things in my house as well. But obviously the warnings will continue. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Ashley County, East Carroll, West Carroll, Morehouse parishes, and Issaquena County. Basically just downstream from the warning that was already in place. Yep. A lot of folks are talking about how the winds have changed direction. They're from the south now out of the west. That means the front has moved through your area. Sorry, I mean, it is really windy out there right now. Again, the newest severe thunderstorm warning is out for portions of Morehouse, East Carroll, West Carroll parishes, and Issaquena County. Just downstream from the warnings that were already popped out for portions of southeastern Arkansas and northeast Louisiana as these storms continue to move through. Again, bear with me. I'm hearing all kinds of very uneasy sounds around the house, so I'm going to check everything one more time real quick, then I'll join you back here in about 5 minutes. Just give me a second. Yeah, lots of folks are starting to lose tree limbs and things like that as folks hop into the stream. Again, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on things here at my own homestead. For those, I'm not going to tell you where I live, but our neighborhood was hit pretty hard through the ice storm. And so we've got a lot of tree debris and a lot of lingering trees and a lot of, just like I said, just there's a lot of tree crap out there right now. It's the only way I can describe it. That is getting knocked loose and blown around. And again, for homeowners that have lived through this, it is extremely unnerving to know you may have gotten through that ice storm without a whole lot of damage, but the last thing you want to do right now is have a storm blow through and cause all kinds of problems. Newest severe thunderstorm warning, again, as I mentioned right before I split for a few seconds, is for portions of Issaquena County, East Carroll, West Carroll, Morehouse parishes, portions of Ashley County as well. I believe Chico County is not included in this because they're in a different severe thunderstorm warning. Some of the possible arrival times, like Providence, a little after 9. Rolling Fork, Mississippi, which is outside of our area, at a little about 9:15, 9:20. Kilbourne about 8:42. So again, just wanted to kind of draw attention to the newest severe thunderstorm warning. The one that's getting the most attention right now is the storm that's moving through Ouachita Parish. Again, winds will shift from south to northwest rapidly as this storm continues to ride along this cold front. Checking to see if we can get any observed wind gusts, but temperatures continue to plummet behind this boundary. A lot of areas have already seen sustained winds in the 40 to 45 mile an hour range. Coushatta's peak wind today is 46.1 miles per hour. Jessica says, driving from Winsboro to Swartz right now, should we pull over? I mean, I would find a stopping point. I wouldn't just pull over on the side of the road from these storms. You have time, but I would find somewhere and not drive through these thunderstorms. I think the straight line winds could really just make for, like Jeff just said, wouldn't advise traveling. It's just not a good idea at this point. Yeah, Hallie says I'm a couple blocks away from Park Avenue in Monroe. Like I said, I'm not going to tell you where I live, but I'm not too far from you, and it's really whipping. And again, that's why severe thunderstorm warnings like this are issued. Is for the 60 mile an hour wind gust potential. There's a lot of nervous homeowners around in northern Louisiana right now. Same story, and we've been preaching this for portions of Ouachita Parish that got hit hard by the ice storm. East Carroll, West Carroll parishes, Lake Providence. A lot of you folks are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and again, you're about to be impacted just like your neighbors to the southwest. Post ice storm conditions will likely cause some power outages. Going to freeze everything for a second. We'll go to the outage map. A lot of outages look like they're probably not populating yet. Let's go back to the cameras very quickly. And some of them cameras are doing some shaking. You can see the wind blowing the rain on Thomas Road's camera. And you can see a lot of these vehicles traveling rather slow. It's not impossible travel. I don't want to over dramatize it for folks that are out there, but it is very windy with very heavy rainfall and frequent lightning. So just be aware that if you're going to travel out there right now, it's ill advised. And yeah, a lot of folks are starting to lose power now. Power out in Calhoun. Lights are flickering in Trenton by the old golf course area. And a lot of folks are asking about post-storm winds. What are we going to be dealing with after the front moves through? I wouldn't be surprised for us to be dealing with 40 to 45 mile an hour wind gusts for at least the next few hours following this front moving through. Now, those winds, as we get farther away from the actual frontal passage, the winds will stay gusty through the day tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised to see gusts at 30, 35 miles per hour through most of Monday. But in terms of the sharpest wind that we are seeing right now that is getting everybody's attention, it's really in the immediate up to, during, and immediately after the front passing. Jamie just asked the same thing. Will these winds continue all night? I want to stress to folks that the immediate hazard in terms of winds, the strongest winds, okay, that's thunder. It's hard to tell the difference between thunder and wind at this point, to be honest with you. But the immediate hazard of the strongest winds will be in the hour leading up to the front arriving, the front arriving, and the hour after the front arriving. You're still going to have some 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts well after the boundary moves through, but the strongest concentration of the heaviest, most intense winds will be along the boundary itself, and that's what a lot of us are dealing with currently. It's a very, I don't want folks to think that that's a bad or stupid question or an unintelligent. First off, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Secondly, this is a very unnerving scenario that a lot of folks are stumbling into, and they're going, what in the heck's going on? Very windy storm system, strong winds, not only just storm-driven, but non-storm-driven winds. A lot of uneasy people in the ArkLaMiss right now, and that's why we're here. Normally, severe thunderstorm warnings, folks go, okay, severe thunderstorm warning. But this is getting an extra punch of attention from a lot of folks simply because, again, the non-thunderstorm nature of the winds, and in our post-ice storm world, there's a lot of dangling tree limbs, a lot of hanging, structurally unsound tree limbs that can cause problems. So we're just here, and again, to create a sense of community for folks that are unnerved and don't like dealing with severe weather. I hear you. We understand it. And that's why we're here in trying to provide some sense of comfort and sense of community. New severe thunderstorm warning now. East Carroll, Franklin, Madison, Morehouse, Richland, and West Carroll parishes. It's going to be a large area. There's the newest one. And I know a lot of folks are looking at this going, but there's so much of this area that may not be impacted by thunderstorms. It's the winds. The entire area is going to see some very sharp changes in winds. So again, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, up to quarter-sized hail, not out of the question as these storms continue to move east. They are making some pretty quick progress. Give me this one second. I see the storm track requests for Winnsboro. Give me just 1 second. East at 45. All right. I think I may be hearing some hail. Probably not, though, because we're on the back edge of this stuff now. Okay, so here's some of our arrival times over the next half hour for a large area of these storms. Whether it be the wind, whether it be the storms, whether it be a combination of all of them. Kilbourne 836, it's already there. So again, the nature of the winding nature of this line is going to lead to some approximations. Oak Grove 845, Rayville 845, Columbia a little before 9. Again, these are very, very crude approximations, and a lot of these areas are already under severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, for Madison, East Carroll, West Carroll, Morehouse, Richland, Franklin parishes, that new warning is out until 9:45. For those that are hearing these storms and these winds and everything, again, I caution you, just, kind of take a deep breath. It is very unnerving. Again, for homeowners, and I had this discussion with so many folks post ice storm, it's different to encounter those types of scenarios and those types of events when you're a kid or a teenager versus being a parent and a homeowner, and it is very, very unnerving. And so Eric asks, how long before Monroe's in the clear? It won't be long. He says he likes the rain, but a lot of these folks are going to clear out rather rapidly from west to east. The line is a quick mover. Ruston had those bad storms up to about an hour ago. They're clear now. Farmerville, same story. Jonesboro Hodge, same story. As quickly as it begins in any one particular area, it also pretty quickly ends in any one particular area. Sharon says that Entergy says that there are 5,000 people in Ouachita Parish without power. Let's pull up that map. I'm not going to pull up the full outage map on here just because I think the radar probably serves a more important role for folks that are just getting here. Yeah, a lot of folks out of power. And it's not just Ouachita Parish either. Although it does look like a good chunk of the western half of the parish from Calhoun southward. Surprise, surprise. Again, the areas that were hit hardest by the ice storm in southwestern Ouachita Parish are the ones without power. That shouldn't be a surprise for anybody, considering how many mangled trees there are in western Ouachita Parish at this point. Amanda does ask, any tornado threat right now? In the immediate short term, no. I really don't. I think it's just wind and maybe some hail, some heavy rain, some lightning, all that stuff. But in terms of an immediate tornado threat, I really don't see one. Parts of Ouachita Parish, West Monroe, over toward Coleman Avenue and on Riverfront Street are without power. Portions of South Monroe, South 10th, down toward South 2nd Street and out toward Winsboro Road are out of power. There's a small area off White's Ferry Road in northern Ouachita Parish without power. We've got folks in just northeast of Mer Rouge without power. Like I said, most of the Calhoun area southward is out of power. Much of areas south of Grambling or from South Grambling southward are without power. Areas from west of Dubach and Bernice along the Union, Claiborne, Lincoln line, all without power, or many without power. There's a lot of outages just west of Magnolia and El Dorado. There's a lot of folks without power. A lot of these are storm-driven. Some of them are wind-driven. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue across a good chunk of the ArkLaMiss region. We have yet, so far this evening, we have had one tornado warning. That was in Drew County a couple hours ago. About 2 hours ago. That is the only tornado warning we've had in our area. Everything else has been severe thunderstorm warnings. Wind has been our biggest concern. Tornado watch remains in effect for a good chunk of the area. Let's go back to the watch real quick. Orange is severe thunderstorm warnings again. Washington County and Chico County until 9. Ashley County, northern Morehouse, northern West Carroll, East Carroll into Issaquena County till 9:15. Southern Morehouse, West Carroll, East Carroll, much of Richland, northern Franklin, and western Madison until 9:45. Southeastern Ouachita, northern Caldwell, and far northeastern Jackson Parish until 8:45. And then far western, southwestern reaches of Wynn and Grant parishes until 9. Those are the warnings that are out currently across our area. Most of these storms will continue to sweep west to east rather rapidly, and the severe weather threat for any one particular area will end about as quickly as it ramps up. For folks in Monroe and Sterlington and West Monroe, your severe weather threat is ending rather rapidly. We still have the storms out Pecanland Mall, out toward Millhaven and stretching up from Swartz back through just to the east of Richwood and then moving over toward Charmingdale. And then as you stretch southward along 165 toward Bosco, those are the areas that are still seeing storms in the eastern side of the parish. Western side of the parish, your severe weather threat's over. Again, that's how quickly the severe weather threat will end in any one particular area. Yeah, I don't know about the tornado warning. I don't know why folks are getting tornado warning storms. Now, our app will also send alerts for twisting storms. Twisting does not necessarily mean a tornado has developed, but our alert, you can turn those off if you want to as well. But they will alert you to twisting storms. But there are no tornado warnings in effect in our area. The Monroe Regional Airport did get a 55-mile-an-hour wind gust as the storms moved through. 60 miles an hour is considered severe. Actually, it's 58 miles an hour. 58 miles an hour or higher Yes, Joshua, yes, we do. You can go to digitalweatherdesk.com for links to download, or you can just search Digital Weather Desk on your app store for Apple and Android users. It's there. But fastest way to download it is just to go to digitalweatherdesk.com. The first thing that gets popped in your face is, hey, do you want to download our app? Here's the links to do so. And it's 100% free. Works anywhere in the country. Heard it's hailing on Prairie Road near Richwood. It wouldn't surprise me. Most of that has started to move off to the east pretty rapidly, though. Downsville. Severe threat is over in Downsville. It's windy, but that's it. Line's making some pretty quick progress. Should be out of our area, I would think, probably 10 to 11-ish. Southern parishes and counties, it's going to be a little later. It may be closer to 11 o'clock before we can get the storms out along the Mississippi River Valley, that one that's moving through portions of Grant and Wynn parishes. But farther northward, I mean, southern Arkansas, outside of far southern reaches of Chico County, the southern Arkansas severe threat has ended. Also of note, Natchitoches Regional Airport, also measured after the storms moved through. They measured a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust on the back edge of the storms. So usually your strongest winds are on the front end. We're still getting 50 to 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts on the back edge of these storms, at least in portions of Natchitoches Parish. Okay, that sounded like one of those neutral ground trees that also... We've got, again, in our area and in our neighborhood, we are still reeling post-ice storm. There's been a lot of work done to get, trees back in okay order and all that stuff. But Laura just said the same thing. We have PTSD from the ice storm when you hear something and you're immediately like, well, oh gosh, what was that? That's a lot of us are still here. I do not live in West Monroe. I live in Monroe. Again, I ain't gonna tell you guys where I live, and that's totally understandable, and I think you guys appreciate that. But we basically live kind of in Midtown Monroe, and so yeah, we were hit pretty rough from the ice storm, and a lot of our neighborhood was too. So it's just, I know a lot of folks are just nauseous, not that dealing with these storms. And again, they end pretty rapidly from northwest to southeast. Tammy just said wind picked up dramatically between Rayville and Alto. Oh yeah, I wasn't going to tell you my address, but like I said, we live in Midtown. Forsyth Park area, that general region, and so a lot of areas that just are still, like I said, trying to clean up and get everything back to normal. Jessica asks, is it out of West Monroe yet? Yes. You guys are good. It's going to be windy. Again, and I want to stress for folks, even when I tell you, hey, the severe threat in your area has ended, it is going to be incredibly windy for the rest of the night. And when I mean incredibly, I mean gusts as high as maybe 35 or 40 miles an hour. As the winds start to die down here, or at least not become as gusty, I'm going to take another kind of quick look around the homestead to make sure that we're still good. We also just had a fence installed in our backyard, so the last thing I want to deal with right now is a tree limb falling on our brand new wood privacy fence. So again, I just want to kind of make sure that everything's in proper working order. I'm going to continue to leave the radar here looping, along with the warnings that are in place. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings are in place. You're currently watching the Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank. I think we're okay here at the Floyd house. We did lose one Widowmaker in the backyard, but I think it just fell down into the backyard, so can't tell of any damage, so that's good. Again, for folks that are watching these storms as they make their way through far southeastern Arkansas into portions of Washington and Issaquena counties, again, packing a punch. For those out ahead of the storms, I just want to draw attention and heed the warnings of those before you. It is very, very windy along and immediately behind these frontal boundaries, and prepare to lose power. Not everyone will lose power, but some will. Our severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire in a good chunk of Ouachita Parish as this storm now moves into portions of Richland and Franklin parishes. The severe weather threat has drawn to a close for our southern Arkansas viewers. Michael asks about Columbia. Let's go to Columbia really quick. The one severe thunderstorm warning that you folks had has been allowed to expire. I do want to stress for folks in Columbia and Grayson that the winds are going to pick up here soon, and that while you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning, I would prepare for 50 to 55 mile an hour wind gusts, simply because it won't take much to get those types of storms down, or those types of winds down to the surface. The general thought process is the tornado threat is pretty much squashed for our area at this point. I can't really envision much of a scenario where these severe storms can really produce a lot of appreciable tornado risks. So as folks hop in and they want the latest information, let's rehash this very quickly. If you are northwest of this line, through our coverage area, if you are in this area designated as AC, all clear. I know we've got some straggling showers moving through southern Arkansas. That's not a concern. If you are in this area northwest of this line, if you are in this area right here, northwest of this line, you are clear of severe weather. It's going to be windy for the rest of the night. Those winds will still probably be in the 30 to 40 mile an hour gust range. They won't be continuous at that range, but they will gust to that range through a good chunk of the evening and through probably a good chunk of the day tomorrow. Ouachita Parish, you're in the clear in terms of severe weather. Going to be windy, but severe threats are over. So if you want to go and enjoy the rest of your evening, knock yourself out. Caldwell Parish, you still got to deal with these storms as they move through. Again, anybody along and ahead of all of these storms, if you are ahead of this line, so all of these areas right here, if you're in that triangle, you need to pay attention. It's going to be windy. It's going to be stormy. Could get some hail. Could get some heavy rain. It's pretty short-lived. It won't take much to get strong winds down to the surface. That's the one thing that we've been clamoring this whole night. The tornado threat, pretty low. The hail threat, a lot of small hail, but severe hail has really kind of been tempered. It was a concern at the onset, now not as much of a problem. It's just wind. Approaching now a 3-hour live stream with some internet hiccups along the way. For those that have taken time to make this part of their day, we appreciate you joining in and following along with us as these storms have made their way through the area. And just making sure I don't miss anything. It is quite cold. And also, it may sound crazy. It's not out of the realm of possibilities for some areas. I can't believe I'm saying this. It's not out of the realm of possibilities for some areas to see a sleet pellet or a snow flurry later tonight. There's a secondary piece of energy that kind of swings through the region later tonight as the colder air moves in. And overnight, we could maybe pick up a flurry or two. I didn't really mention it because there's no confidence in this happening. It could happen. It could not happen. If you wake up tomorrow morning and you're like, as you're heading out the door, you're like, oh, is that a freaking snowflake? It could be a possibility. Not over. It won't be accumulating or anything. It'd be really cool to look at, but that's about it. The wind is really continuing to be the main weather headline. Doris says the wind's getting tough in Holly Ridge right now. I'd understand that. 50-mile-an-hour wind gust was measured at the Natchez Mesonet station south of Natchitoches with these storms. Again, this is nothing that's earth-shattering. Not a surprise at all to get these types of things. Newest severe thunderstorm warning now out for portions of Caldwell, Grant, LaSalle, Natchitoches, and Wynn parishes. This is far southern reaches of Caldwell Parish, mainly southeastern Wynn, most of Grant, and all of LaSalle Parish till 9:45. 60-mile-an-hour winds and small hail, non-severe hail generally. Shane says strong wind and rain in Oak Grove also turning cold. Autumn says don't hear anything going on in Lincoln Parish. We stay in a bubble over here. Well, you missed it all. Well, you missed it all while we were talking about it. We talked about we talked about Grambling and Ruston and all that stuff for a while, about an hour and a half ago. These storms are well east of your area, and the severe threat's over at this point. Let's put the radar back into motion. Again, approaching 9 o'clock for those that have been with us for the last 3 hours. Thanks so much for taking time out of your day. This is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. If this is your first time to see us or first time to find our weather information, we're glad you're here. Again, for those that aren't familiar with what this is a digital weather platform that serves northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and western Mississippi. It gives an alternatives to your traditional weather consumption methods. We try to provide, prompt, important, time-sensitive, breaking weather information, but we also try to provide it in a casual, comforting, community-like scenario where you can be around several hundred, and in some instances, several thousand other folks that are paying attention to the weather, that have that there are no time constraints and no scheduling conflicts. This is all we do is weather. Yes, Lincoln Parish, go on and go to bed. It will be windy. And again, if you wake up in the middle of the night going, God, what are these winds? It's going to be windy through the rest of the night and through the day tomorrow. I cannot stress that enough. Could it create some sporadic power outages and things of that? It is very possible. Freezing temperatures are a possibility as early as tomorrow morning in some spots, but more likely for Tuesday morning in most of our locations. Issaquena County and Washington County now under a new severe thunderstorm warning. At least parts of Issaquena and Washington counties are under a new severe thunderstorm warning until 10 o'clock. As folks start to kind of hop off the live stream, as these storms start to flush east of some of our higher populated areas, the folks in Ruston are starting to head to bed. The folks in El Dorado are starting to head to bed. The folks in Monroe and West Monroe are starting to head to bed. Maybe not heading to bed, but you're just not going to sit here and watch the weather all night. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Jamie says, hailing in Archibald. If you could give me a hail size or an estimate, that would be greatly appreciated. Please do not put yourself in danger. Do not go outside or anything like that. But if you can give me an estimate, that would be great. I'll relay it to the National Weather Service. Lots of power outages across the area, and that should not be a surprise in our post-ice storm scenarios that we're seeing unfold across the region. A lot of folks asking if this is the last cold snap before Easter. Probably so. Probably so. Ouachita Parish is done with the severe weather threat. For those that are asking in Ouachita Parish, you're done. It'll be windy for the rest of the night. It'll be windy through the day tomorrow. As we continue to watch these storms move through, again, just a reminder of all the local businesses that make this possible. We will highlight all of them when we wrap our severe weather coverage here in just a little bit. But one of them, obviously, Brown's Roofing. It makes all your radar products possible. So again, a reminder that if at the end of this you need to have your roof inspected, whether it's commercial, whether it's residential, you can log on to brownsroofingla.com and schedule that inspection. Whether it's hail damage or shingle damage from winds and things of that nature, make sure you get that stuff checked out. But all of this severe weather coverage made possible by Allegiance Health Network. Of course, the digital weather desk itself made possible and powered by Century Next Bank. These are all the local businesses that, again, are invested in keeping you safe, that make this a job and not a hobby. There are a lot of folks that look at weather and deliver weather forecasts as a hobby. This is my job, and I have the coolest job in the coolest place in the country. And again, I'm so grateful to be able to sit here for 3 hours on a Sunday and provide this information to you from the comfort of my home with my wife and my daughter just right across the way. We were able to attend my son's senior ring ceremony earlier today. While the tornado watch was unfolding to our west, we were able to keep an eye on it and still provide, again, a work-life balance for me that's I'm so incredibly grateful. And to still be able to provide a service that I feel is important to this community. Karen says heavy wind and rain in Oak Ridge. I believe that as well. Not that you would lie to me for any stretch, but I certainly believe that. And when you stretch the storms that are now going from northern sections of Grant Parish near Dry Prong, and that's one storm, and then we have the other one moving through portions of Caldwell Parish, and then into northeastern Louisiana. We have the clusters of storms from Rayville to the northeast to near the state line. Edward asked, do you have a generator for backup if you ever lose power? In fact, yes. We ran generator power for 4 or 5 days post-ice storm. In fact, all the updates that you received from me during the ice storm from Sunday through that Thursday were all done on generator power. So yeah, we're very fortunate to have that, and we were able to provide that uninterrupted during the ice storm. The only thing that could run into an issue is if we do have a power hiccup, our live stream would get interrupted for a brief period of time, and then we would just resume it after the fact. That's going to no longer be an issue when I move that internet router from over there to over here. I just need to find the hours in the day to do so. Robert asks, my 88-year-old dad lives in Alexandria off Highway 27 East. See a line headed this way. Can you cover that? I usually don't, but You guys are going to be impacted by the same storms that are moving through Grant Parish, and Wynn Parish, and LaSalle Parish, and far southeastern Natchitoches Parish. Is going to move through Rapides Parish, along I-49 and through Alexandria, probably in the next half hour or so. Winds are going to be your biggest problem. Again, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts will be the biggest concern. Also, if you need any more central Louisiana information, Grant, LaSalle, Catahoula, Concordia Parish, Rapides Parish, Avoyelles Parish, Vernon and Natchitoches, and all of those parishes in central and western and eastern Louisiana. Nick Miculus is a great follow in Cenla weather. Give him a follow. He does the central sections of Louisiana more distinctly than I do, Alexandria, Marksville, and those areas. And then we overlap in Winfield and Gina and Dry Prong and Colfax and all those areas. But I highly suggest him for more central Louisiana weather. Joel asks, thanks for what you do. Are we done with anything other than sporadic rain and wind in Monroe? Yes. Aside from just breezy conditions in Monroe and the on-again, off-again light showers, severe weather threat is over in Ouachita Parish. Yeah, I appreciate the kind words, Sarah and Shay. It's like I said, it's for us. It's our only. This is the only way I know how to really help our community. Not that I couldn't find another way, but this is just the way I know how to help folks and serve, and so we're very fortunate to do so. Our family is very blessed, and we are very, very aware of the fact that we are blessed. As we watch these storms as they make their way through, I think the strongest storms that we are seeing currently moving through portions of Grant Parish, right along Highway 167, north of Dry Prong to the parish line near Pacton, toward the Zion communities. And then as you look from 167 over toward 165, keep an eye out from Pollock to Lincecum to Georgetown. Slow down. In Georgetown, Lincecum, Pollock, all the way to basically the Grant Parish line. You folks all need to keep an eye on this cluster of storms as it moves eastward. Farther northward, we're watching the storm near Mangum, south of Rayville, Archibald, Mangum, Baskin, north of Winsboro. This is probably the strongest cell that's moving through these areas from near the Delco community. Again, Archibald, Mangum, Baskin, all moving kind of the southern edge of this warning polygon. I wouldn't be surprised to be picking up some 60 to maybe 65 mile an hour wind gusts in that area. So again, if you're in a warning, make sure you heed the warning. Get inside. Avoid travel in these areas. The plus side to a lot of this is that we're not going to run into this, hey, we're going to have storms in your area for 3 hours, so you're going to have to hunker down and wait for these storms are in and out in 30 to 45 minutes time. Amanda asks, any damage reports? There have been a few sporadic, trees, power lines down, things of that nature. In terms of widespread, structural damage or anything, I have not seen any. It doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. I just haven't seen them come across yet. Tornado watches have been updated, so very quickly I'll just want to go back and look at some of the areas that have been trimmed away from the tornado watch. A lot of these areas, the tornado watch went until 9, so it just expired. But Ashley and Chico counties in southeastern Arkansas still technically under the watch till 11. Like I said, severe threats pretty much ended for you folks. Take into account where temperatures are sitting right now. Again, I-20 is clearing out pretty quickly. Let's take a look at wind speeds. And here's a look at temperatures. A sharp contrast as the boundary moves through. 50s to the northwest, a narrow corridor of 60s, and 70s ahead of the boundary. Quick check of power outage numbers. Not great, but not terrible. 10% of Wynn Parish without power. Kind of the same number in Union Parish and in Ashley County and Bienville Parish. Like I said, I don't want somebody for them to be sitting at home without power and me go, oh, it's not that bad. And you're like, easy for you to say you have power and I don't. I don't. But those numbers, I kind of expected them to be higher. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. We're starting to see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings dropping off the map. East Carroll, West Carroll, Morehouse parishes in Issaquena County, that severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. So we got a lot of warnings that are starting to drop off the map, moving through the area. Brittany asks, is a tornado still possible in Monroe? No. I know that we are technically still under a tornado watch, but the severe weather threat has ended for your area. Our main focus right now is in kind of 3 different corridors. Actually, one big corridor and one small corridor. Our biggest concerns right now are the storms right along the Mississippi River that are still probably producing some small hail, some gusty winds, and some lightning and some heavy rain. They're quick movers, but they stretch from southeastern sections of Washington County through portions of Issaquena County, and all the way back through the Mississippi Delta, East Carroll, West Carroll parishes, into Richland, Franklin, and Madison parishes. All of this should move off to the east and should be out of here in an hour's time, give or take. And then the other area that we're watching is to the south and west. Generally through portions of Grant and LaSalle parishes, or eventually into LaSalle Parish. Mainly just Grant Parish right now. This large complex of storms, a large storm moving east. All of this is in conjunction to a cold front that is rapidly advancing through our area from northwest to southeast. So that's our cold front. Anybody behind this boundary, in this area right here, the severe threat has ended for you folks. You can go on to bed, go enjoy the rest of your Sunday night, whatever. It's really just for folks immediately ahead of this line of storms where we're seeing the strongest winds and the strongest hail potential. Carla says it's hailing, and they just lost power at her house in Baskin, and understandably so. You're probably getting the strongest part of the storm as it moves through these areas. And again, I also want to stress for folks in northern Franklin and southern Richland parishes, as this little bowing structure moves through, there's probably some 60-mile-an-hour gusts somewhere in this area, in this region, as this particular part of the storm continues off to the east. But please learn from your neighbors to the west that have sat here and told you for the last couple of hours how rough it was when these storms move through. These storms pack a punch in terms of wind. Getting a lot of 50 and 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts easily from these storms. So please make sure that you're indoors, avoid travel. It won't take long for these storms to move off and out of your area. But just make sure that you're taking these storms seriously. The tornado threat is low. It is not zero, but it is low. There's a large chunk of our area where the severe weather threat has already ended. A lot of folks saying that they're starting to lose power in a lot of hail reports in Baskin. If you guys could give me a hail size, pea size, there it is. And then Beth says they just lost power in Pioneer. I just prefer to pass those messages along. Vanessa asks, is the rain ahead of the storm helping to reduce the tornado chance? Really, not really. The tornado threat just never really materialized from these storms. We were going to need some boost in low-level directional shear, and these storms just never really tapped into the environment to produce a tornado threat. It's not to say that we can't see a rogue tornado warning pop up in the next 20 to 30 minutes as all this stuff moves off to the east. I just find it very, very unlikely at this point. Sometimes the tornado threat materializes, sometimes it doesn't. We knew that this was going to be a very, very dynamic storm system. There's going to be a lot of strong winds in all levels of the atmosphere, so it wasn't going to take much to get strong winds down to ground level, and that's kind of what's happening. That's been the biggest problem for a lot of these storms as they move through the area today. If there's any good news with all this, is that temperatures are falling sharply behind the front, and that the rest of the week really genuinely looks pretty quiet once we get all of this stuff out of our area. No, yeah, I don't really see anything in the short term that really makes this an urgent, imminent tornado maker. This looks to be all kind of riding right immediately along the front. In fact, it looks as though we're starting to see a little bit of an outflow boundary from some of the Grant Parish stuff. That little green line right there may be outflow and a gust front getting sent out by these storms. Again, right now, the biggest, most concerning part of any of this is the storm that just cleared the Baskin Mangum area and is continuing to move rather rapidly across far northern reaches of Franklin Parish and extreme southern Richland Parish, southwest of Delhi by 4 or 5 miles. Moving toward the Bakers, Lamar, Indian Landing, Crowville areas along Highway 17. Highway 17 goes from Crowville up toward Delhi. So all of these areas are probably going to be the ones that are going to see the deepest impacts from this storm, at least in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Folks in West Monroe, yes, you can go to bed. Or at least don't have to pay attention to the weather anymore. These storms are making quick east progress, which is good news. Like I said, they're going to be in and out in a pretty quick fashion in any one particular area as they continue to migrate to the east. I will need to find a better opportunity to explain to folks that we're live sometimes, because a lot of folks get our auto texts or our auto posts and they don't realize that we're actually live. So a lot of folks have been asking questions and not realizing that we've been live this whole time. So again, I'm still trying to work through some of the heartaches and headaches of a digital platform and how to best serve our area in terms of informing folks when we go live. Like I said, I sent out a big long, I sent out a push alert for a good large handful of our local folks, but not everybody, earlier today to let them know that live coverage was beginning. And like I said, I think most folks found us, but I don't want anybody to ever go uninformed just because they don't know where to find us. And to be honest with you, that's another thing that's going to continue to be an ever-changing thing with these types of platforms, is how to best reach those who we're trying to reach. But that's the best way to do it. Vanessa says, I just look for the red circle around your profile picture. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Most of our folks, like I said, Holly Ridge in these areas, like the threat will wrap up pretty quickly from west to east across the I-20 corridor. And really most of the focus is Delhi eastward at this point. If you're west of that on I-20, I think the severe threat's pretty much already wrapped up in those areas. Thanks, Hannah. Thanks for the kind words. Hope you're doing well. We used to work together many moons ago. Donna says wind is still high in Monroe, and that's going to be the case through the rest of the evening. It's just going to be a breezy system. Once the front moves through, like I said, storm systems like this are breezy before, during, after. So just be aware of that. There will be some wind gusts probably in the 30 to 35 mile an hour range, even as we go into the day tomorrow. Dawn says power out at 15 minutes, still windy. So there's going to be a lot of folks that are going to have the power flickers and those types of things. Strongest storms now from Georgetown east of 165 to near Pollock, across portions of Grant Parish. I wouldn't be surprised to be maybe picking up some 55 to 65 mile an hour wind gusts, some severe wind gusts potentially as these storms start to move toward Gina and across portions of LaSalle Parish. Still watching a large cluster of storms that's now exiting Washington County, but still rolling through portions of Issaquah County, moving through East Carroll Parish, Madison Parish, far, far, far eastern Richland Parish, Delhi, Waverly, those areas, and then into northern sections of Franklin Parish. These storms are, again, moving relatively quickly off to the east. Delhi, heavy rains, 18 to 20 mile an hour winds. That's reported by Ken. Thank you so much for sending those in. And I'll put the radar back into motion. Looks like a new tornado watch is about to come out for portions of the Mississippi Delta. As the storms not necessarily winding down in our area, but are starting to phase out of our area. Now into the eastern third of the ArkLaMiss, southeastern third of the ArkLaMiss. Should be seeing an end to most of these storms in our area, in the southern portions of our area, probably in the next hour to hour and a half. Maybe a smidge longer, but we're trending in the right direction. Again, it'll stay windy through the overnight. It'll stay breezy through the day tomorrow. But the strongest winds are really immediately along the boundary. Main severe hazard at this point is just wind. Tornado threat is pretty limited. Hail threat, pretty limited. This looks to be just kind of wind makers at this point. Again, we'll keep rolling these storms on the radar loop here. I'm going to step away for just a few seconds as just kind of stretching my legs. Storms around Georgetown, not necessarily weakening, but moving east rapidly. Again, the forward motion of these storms continues to pick up rather rapidly. So hoping to get a lot of this stuff out of here in the next, like I said, hour to hour and a half. I'll leave the radar looping right here. Again, anything crazy happens, I'll let you know, but you're continuing to watch the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'll join you again in just a few seconds. Again, this is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'm Jared Floyd. This is live severe weather coverage. We've been live for about 3.5 hours now watching a line of wind-driven thunderstorms moving through the region. Strongest thunderstorms now stretch from far western sections of Madison Parish, south of the Delhi and Tallulah areas, the Delhi and Waverly areas, and continuing to surge east, probably still capable of producing some 60 to 65 mile an hour winds. We have some other storms that are continuing to make their way through portions of the Mississippi Valley, some of them still carrying severe thunderstorm warnings across portions of Issaquena County, and then there's additional storms across portions of East Carroll Parish that currently do not have a severe thunderstorm warning with it. Most of this will continue to move off to the east and wrap up moving out of Issaquena County and moving out of our area probably in the next half hour or so. Still have some additional organized thunderstorms that are packing a punch as they make their way through portions of Grant Parish, eventually now into portions of LaSalle Parish, stretching from the junction of Highway 165 and 84 down toward Gina, and then back to the southwest toward Pollock and just east of 165. Wouldn't be surprised to see slightly larger than quarter-sized hail with these storms as they move to the east. But aside from that, for those that are joining us, anybody northwest of all of this activity, Monroe, Bastrop, Crossett, Ruston, Hanbury, El Dorado, Homer, Haynesville, Magnolia, Farmerville, Jonesboro Hodge, Winfield, the severe threat has ended for all of you. If you're in southern Arkansas, your severe weather threat is over. If you're in north central Louisiana, Lincoln Parish, Bienville Parish, Claiborne Parish, Union Parish, Ouachita Parish, Wynn Parish, Morehouse Parish, your severe weather threat is over. West Carroll Parish, your severe weather threat is over. If you're in Washington County, your severe weather threat has ended. It's really immediately along the Mississippi Valley and our southeastern parishes, Grant, LaSalle, Catahoula, Concordia, Franklin, Tensas, Madison, that are really continuing with the severe weather threat in our area. A new tornado watch was just issued. This goes until let me click on it. Till 4 a.m. I know a lot of folks are going to go, oh, just bear with me for a second, okay? So here's the new tornado watch that's out. Here's the new tornado watch that's out. Till 4 a.m. It only includes Warren, Claiborne, Jefferson, and Adams counties in Mississippi. Everybody else was already under a tornado watch of some sort until 11 or midnight. So all of our northern Louisiana parishes, nothing's changed for you folks. The only thing that's changed is we've added from Vicksburg to Natchez are now under this new tornado watch until 4 a.m. Okay? The other flip side of that is the severe weather threat is not going to last till 4 a.m. for folks along the Mississippi Valley. You folks are going to be the first ones that are going to be trimmed out of this this newest tornado watch. B Bayou, yes. B Bayou is clear. Anybody from Rayville and B Bayou and Dunn and all those areas westward, clear. You guys are good. Again, it is immediately along and ahead of this line. Winds continue to pack a punch. Still watching these storms that as they make their way. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out for portions of Catahoula and Concordia parishes for golf ball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that's to accommodate this storm that is starting to move into Catahoula and Concordia parishes. That goes until 10:30, so we've got another hour for this severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for a good chunk of Catahoula and Concordia parishes. Again, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds and up to golf ball-sized hail potentially with this storm as it moves to the east at 50 miles per hour. If there is any positive takeaway from it, it is that these storms are now starting to accelerate a little bit faster to the east. And east at 50. Here are some of the possible storm arrival times. Gina at 9:36, which is 5 minutes from now. Harrisonburg shortly before 10. Jonesville a little before 10. Clayton after 10. Faraday, Ridgecrest, Vidalia, Natchez, all these areas in Concordia parishes along the Mississippi River. It'll be closer to 10:30 for you folks. But again, east at 50 miles per hour. Golf ball sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds a possibility with these storms as they make their way toward the Mississippi Delta. Strongest part of this Madison Parish storm now is south of the Quebec area. Pause this real quick. This is very rural sections of Madison Parish. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. This is a very, very rural part. This is God's country in southern portions of Madison Parish. I mean, we're talking south of Waverly. It's a lot of farmland, a lot of, and there's the new severe thunderstorm warning. This will include Madison Parish, far southeastern sections of East Carroll Parish, southern Issaquah County, most of Warren County, and also far northern reaches of Claiborne County. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a storm moving east at 55 miles per hour. Here's some of the arrival times. Again, knocking on Tallulah's door right now. Richmond shortly, Delta by about 9:53, Vicksburg shortly before 10. Then you start moving into adjacent sections of Mississippi and into the Jackson metro area shortly before 10:30. Again, moving quickly. And you can see a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings are being trimmed away pretty quickly as well. Still have some pretty strong storms making their way through portions of Winnsboro and in through northern and eastern sections of Franklin Parish. So Donna just asked about Crowville. You've still got a storm that's going to move through here in the next 20 minutes or so, but then beyond that, things should quiet down pretty quickly. Again, a reminder for those that are behind this main cluster of thunderstorms. If you are west to the left of this line right here, if you were in this area right here, all clear. I'm writing this with a mouse, so just all clear. You're good northwest of this line. Rayville, all clear. You guys are good. Go to bed. Only along and ahead of this line are the folks that need to pay attention to the weather. It's going to be breezy for the rest of the night. It's going to be breezy through the day tomorrow. That's not going anywhere. But the strongest winds and the strongest thunderstorm-related winds will be immediately along and within this line of thunderstorms. Most organized, again, across most of LaSalle Parish, headed toward Gina. If you're in Gina, I would charge your mobile devices, prepare for the possibility of power outages. Danielle just asked about Gina. And right on track. That's what we were just talking about. Again, I wouldn't be surprised to see up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts within this line. And I want to stress again for folks that are within this area That does not mean that a wall of 70-mile-an-hour winds are headed from Gina to Jonesville. That's not what I'm talking about. It just means that within this line, some of the strongest parts of this storm could produce up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. And it may be a little bit easier for these storms to do that today because there's so much strong wind aloft. Up to ping pong ball sized hail with a lot of these storms as they move east. Again, a look at some of the possible arrival times as these storms make their way through the southern parishes. So we're getting to the point where we're going to probably start seeing our last 3, 4, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings of the night because a lot of these storms are starting to kind of shift out of our area. I think we've already probably seen our last severe thunderstorm warnings of the night for this particular cluster of storms. Maybe get a new warning for portions of Issaquena County, but that's about it. Most of these will be moving out in the next hour or so and continue to make some very, very quick pace off to the east. But damaging wind gusts are our primary concern. Some severe hail, quarter size or larger, is possible with this complex of storms. The strongest of the activity continues now through far southern reaches of Madison Parish, but moving close to the Englewood and Tallulah communities up toward Tallulah and the I-20 corridor, Highway 80 points southward as you move toward Highway 65. Again, I would not be surprised to see some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, maybe up to ping pong ball sized hail along and south of 65, along 65 south of I-20 across southern Madison Parish. Fairly rural section of the parish, but again, just wanted to make note of it nonetheless. Still watching these storms that are marching along Highway 84 from Gina to Jonesville. If you are in the path of these storms, Gina's probably seeing some pretty hefty thunderstorm activity, but also south of Gina toward the Nebo communities and then east toward Whitehall. Todd says they have some hail in Good Pine west of Gina. So these are all areas that we're continuing to watch for the possibility of some damaging wind gusts, along with the possibility of hail and heavy rainfall. The tornado threat for most of these storms is pretty limited. Our main focus is wind, hail, those types of things as all of this continues to move off to the east. Starting to get some severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to be canceled. So the northern Issaquena County severe thunderstorm warning was canceled early. So now we're really kind of focused just on 2 areas of storm potential. We're watching this area that's moving through portions of southern Issaquena and Warren County. Vanessa says just hitting the Richmond area. Again, this is still a pretty mean little cell moving from Tallulah and moving to the east. Elena asks how fast these storms moving. Generally 50 to 55 miles an hour. Pretty quickly off to the east. Should be done with these storms along the Mississippi Valley in the next hour or so. Maybe it may take closer to an hour, hour and a half to get this storm out of the Mississippi Valley east of Gina. And as we continue to roll these radar loops, just keep in mind I'll probably be doing some other things along the way as well. We were discussing earlier about how I need to make these live streams a little bit easier to find. And one of the things that Nick and I had discussed was pinning those live streams to the top when you do these long form severe weather coverages, and I completely forgot to do so. So now we've pinned this feed to the top so you can easily find it at the top of my Facebook page. The downside to that is I waited until we're on the back end of this to remember to do that. So I'm going to make a habit of that, hopefully longer term down the line, to make sure that these live streams are easier for you to find when you need to find them. Again, we're all learning together. This is a new business concept, a new concept in general, so there are oftentimes mistakes that need to be made so that we can learn and make it better in the long run. Again, I have not looked at my phone a lot in the last little bit, so I'm just continuing as these storms make their way through the eastern counties and parishes, just making sure I didn't miss anything that most of what we're seeing comment-wise is from within the thread, but I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything else. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued for that LaSalle Parish storm, just to account for the fact that it's still within the parish as it moves east. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds are the alert there. Yeah, I'm glad you don't have to rely on satellite for weather information anymore either. Like I said, we are trying to embrace the abilities of technology by launching this platform and to continue to add on to it. I don't want folks to think for a second that this is just how things are going to be. We're constantly trying to think and kind of reinvent how you're consuming weather information. And there are certain things being done in this area that I think work best because of the makeup of our community. And then there are some things that are being done in other markets and in other cities and in other communities that I just don't think would work here because of the makeup of our community. And so we're constantly trying new things out. There are some things that land flat. There are some things that really take off. But the most important thing is we just want to continue to change the way you consume weather information. And change it for the positive, not just to change it for the sake of changing, but to change it so that you can have something that that you can rely on, that you can trust, and that you can be a part of. I think that's the most important thing, is to create a community. Vanessa says, I appreciate the learning style of information. I think knowledge is power, though. And so the more you know, The more you know about these types of things and the more you understand how the atmosphere operates and works, I think that does alleviate some of the stresses and some of the anxieties that a lot of us deal with, especially when we live in a part of the country like we live in, where the weather is very active and the weather is constantly attacking us in some form. I say that kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I also mean it very seriously. We're always dealing with severe weather. We're always dealing with winter weather or tropical weather, or the heat's trying to kill us or something. It's just always something going on. And so I think when there are times, if we can, I don't even know how to explain it, but if we can really take the opportunity to learn and educate ourselves on something, not necessarily to know everything about it, but to alleviate those stresses, I think that's a good thing. If you lived in Alaska and you were terrified of grizzly bears, but you knew what to do to protect yourselves just in case you ever encountered a grizzly bear, or if you knew how to take the steps to avoid encountering a grizzly bear, then it'd probably make you feel better about living in Alaska around a bunch of grizzly bears. Or you just go, I'm not going to move there because I don't want to deal with any grizzly bears. I don't know really how we got here, but anyway, in all seriousness, we've got this storm now exiting LaSalle Parish and moving into western sections of Catahoula Parish. And Jeremy brings up a good point. He says another thing you can do to remind people to follow your YouTube and your Facebook page, but not only follow, but also to select get notifications. That way you'd get notifications every time something like this goes live. That's, I think, very, very beneficial for YouTube, where we don't put out as much content. I think that would tick a lot of people off on Facebook, because if you subscribe to every update that I provide, I put a lot of content out during severe weather. And so, again, I'm trying to find the happy balance for a lot of folks to be able to get the information they want without being overstimulated by information. I put out a lot of information and acknowledging, and admittedly so. During severe weather events, unless you're a weather nerd or a weather hound, sometimes you're going to get way more weather information than you want. And it can be very overstimulating for a lot of folks. They're like, I don't need to know that there is one small storm in Drew County. I live in Grant Parish, and that doesn't impact me. I get it. So I, again, try to find the balance of, I don't want to tell everybody to do everything, because I don't want to overstimulate. It's the same thing with push alerts with the app. As I told folks, when we do live coverage, I'll send you a push alert letting you know when we go live. And we did that for a sliver of the population today, but I don't want folks to be overstimulated. I don't want to send a push alert for every small little thing that happens, because eventually somebody gets to a point where they get that push alert at an ill-advised time and they go, that's it, I'm uninstalling this app. And that's the last thing I want to happen. I'm trying to be I want to acknowledge and accept and be alert of the fact that anytime I send an alert out or we jump into anything, that we are kind of intruding on your privacy. When you download an app from me, I take it very seriously that you don't want to be bothered too much. So, like I said, to try to find the balance. And a lot of that's also fighting a losing battle between over a large population. There are some folks that are going to want every alert about everything, anywhere, and that's cool. Then there's a lot of the folks that just want to go, hey, can you just call me when there's a tornado warning for Ouachita Parish? Well, actually, yes, I can. When there is a warning issued for your area, we have our partnership with Weather Call Next Gen. We have not talked about it much this evening, but there it is. You can learn more about it and how to register at digitalweatherdesk.com. $15 a year, about $1.50 a month, and you can receive phone calls, text messages, emails, or a combination of all three when a severe warning of some sort is issued for your area. If that tornado warning is then confirmed by radar or by eyewitness accounts, I will then call you back and tell you that the tornado has been confirmed. Again, highly suggest that you register for that, but go use the link at digitalweatherdesk.com. You can also gift those weather call memberships, subscriptions to family members. If they're like, oh, I'm not going to spend that money, you can do it for them. Ellen says, pea-size hail south of Delhi about a half hour ago did not last long. No damage that they could tell. Good news. As we're starting to get the last of these storms out of our area. Got about another half hour along the Mississippi Valley across portions of Madison Parish and into Warren County. Last of the storms are starting to exit southeastern sections of Issaquah County. Be happy to see them go as they move through the Mississippi Delta. Meanwhile, farther south and west, it's going to be a little bit longer, but still seeing some pretty strong wind signatures associated with this storm as it exits Gina along Highway 84 near Jonesville. From Harrisonburg to Jonesville, southwestward back into portions of LaSalle Parish. All of this will continue to move east, probably exiting the area in the next hour to hour and a half as it moves toward Jonesville, and then Faraday and Clayton and Vidalia and Natchez and adjacent sections of Adams County. Approaching the 10 o'clock hour, now 4 hours of live stream coverage here on the Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank. Before everybody hops off the live stream tonight, I would be remiss if I did not, at least for a second, post all of our local business partners who make this happen. Again, it goes a long way for you to take 5 minutes out of your day, find one of these local businesses, their Facebook page, their email address, something like that, and send them a thank you. Hey, thank you for supporting the Digital Weather Desk. Thank you for supporting Jared. Those types of emails and Facebook messages go a very long way into continuing to support and fund what we do here. I know that sounds silly and it sounds elementary, and the other thing that you can do as we watch these storms continue to make their way through portions of Catahoula Parish, it's as simple as supporting those local businesses. You need a bank account? Go to Century Next. You need a roof inspection? Call Brown's Roofing. You got water damage? Call ServPro. But again, there are a lot of these businesses that support us that you may never need their services. You may never need a bankruptcy attorney. But you can easily send, James Spivey a message and go, hey, thank you so much for supporting the Digital Weather Desk. You need outdoor equipment? 3B Outdoors there. You need a side-by-side or a four-wheeler or ATV? Go see our friends at Bayou Power Sports. Pick me up one while you're at it. But those are the businesses that make this all happen. And while we don't talk about them for at length while we're in the middle of the thick of it, and we're still in the thick of it for a lot of these areas, and while we're in the peak of severe weather coverage, we don't spend a lot of time, pushing our sponsors and our business partners. But they are the ones that make this happen. Still seeing kind of a Boeing segment with this storm as it makes its way along Highway 84. Again, would not be surprised to at least be pulling some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, perhaps stronger. There's probably still some small hail with this storm just south of Highway 84 as it continues to move off to the east. Miss Linda's been here for 4 hours. She says she's going to stay here till the end of the live stream. Thank you so much for being a part of this. I just really appreciate the familiar names and faces of folks that have hopped in and routinely make this part of either their day, or during severe weather they make this part of just their routine of, up, the weather's getting bad, let's hop on and hang out on a live stream. I love being able to put names with faces, faces with names. When you guys see me out in public and you come over and say hello and say, hey, I'm so and so, and I'm like, yeah, I recognize you. These things mean a lot to me, and it means a lot to my family. So we really appreciate you being here and staying informed. It makes my job easier to inform you when you are an active member of this community. Just making sure we're not missing anything while I'm sitting here flapping my gums. Again, it's pretty straightforward. These storms are still just kind of hauling it off to the east. Our northern storms are really starting to scoot on out. Moving right through Vicksburg and north into southern sections of Issaquah County. As I mentioned, they should be wrapping up in those areas here shortly. The severe weather threat is wrapping up for much of northern Louisiana, with the exception of the folks immediately along the Mississippi River. Unless you, in Louisiana, unless you live in Madison, Tensas, Catahoula, or Concordia parishes, maybe far southern Franklin Parish, that's your severe threat is over. Unless you live in those areas, Catahoula, Concordia, far southern Franklin, Tensas, Madison. In Louisiana, your severe weather threat is over. In Mississippi, we're still talking Issaquah, Warren, Claiborne, Jefferson, and Adams counties all still need to keep an eye on the storms, at least for the next hour-ish, maybe a little bit longer. So I will leave this stream going for just a little bit longer here, and I will mute my mic, step away for just a few seconds, but this loop will continue to roll, and we will continue to hang out with you for just a little bit longer as we chase these storms east of the Mississippi River. But a reminder, this is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'm Jared Floyd. Thank you so much for joining us. I will be right back. Storms continue to make progress across the area. This is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'm Jared Floyd. Starting to wrap things up here in the next little bit across the areas. The last of the storms make their way toward the Mississippi Valley. Still have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out. One for portions of southeastern East Carroll Parish, eastern Madison Parish, far northern Tensas Parish, parts of Issaquena, Warren, and Claiborne counties until 10:30. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and up to quarter-sized hail as the storm makes its way toward the Mississippi Valley and then into adjacent sections of Mississippi over the next 30 minutes or so. Additionally, we still have a very strong storm making its way through portions of our southern parishes across Catahoula and Concordia parishes near Jonesville, stretching eastward along Highway 84, will be impacting areas like Clayton and Faraday and Vidalia and Natchez and into Adams County here in the next hour or so, moving off to the east at about 55 miles per hour. So a severe thunderstorm warning remains in place for a lot of these areas. The winds are our biggest concern here in the short term. Some small hail can't be ruled out as you look at some of the arrival times for storms across the Mississippi Valley. Waterproof at 10:30, Clayton at around 10:19, and then you start moving into the adjacent sections of Adams County and Claiborne and Jefferson counties as well. So we'll just continue to watch these storms as they make their way eastward in the next hour or so and then get ready to wrap up our live stream coverage here on the Digital Weather Desk. Thank you so much for making this part of your day and being part of our community as these lines of storms continue to race off to the east and the severe weather threat for our area continues to wrap up. From Issaquena County, where the storms are starting to end, back to the west, as I mentioned, most of North Louisiana with the exception of Tensas, Madison, Catahoula, and Concordia parishes. If you're not in one of those 4 parishes, your severe weather threat has essentially ended. Madison, Tensas, Catahoula, Concordia parishes. Those are the only 4 parishes in Louisiana left with a severe weather threat. No severe threat across southern Arkansas. It's already wrapped up for you folks. And then, as I mentioned, along the Mississippi Valley, the only folks really in the Mississippi River area, basically going right down the Mississippi River, Warren, Claiborne, Jefferson, and Adams counties are the only 4 counties in Mississippi. So we're really dealing with 8 parishes and counties in our coverage area that still have an isolated severe weather threat, mainly in the form of damaging winds as that continues to move east over the next hour. Everybody else, the severe threat is over. And so we'll continue to loop the storms here and be here to answer any questions and just to interact with folks as needed as we go through the next hour or so. Tornado watch has been canceled in East Carroll Parish. Again, we're starting to trim away a lot of our counties and parishes from the severe weather watches. A lot of folks are probably going to ask, well, why is Ouachita Parish and Jackson Parish and all these areas? They're probably about to be trimmed away. If I had to guess, the National Weather Service in Shreveport is waiting for these last storms to clear out of Grant, LaSalle, Catahoula parishes, Grant and LaSalle parishes, and then they'll trim away the watch for a good chunk of their area. That said, the storms have pretty much already moved out of those areas. Hey, also don't forget a wind advisory is going to be in place for a good chunk of the area tomorrow. Gusts as high as 30 to 35 miles per hour will be persistent through the daytime hours tomorrow. So while it won't necessarily be extremely gusty, it will still be extremely breezy. Dane, thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you so much for joining in. Last of our severe weather coverage will be wrapping up here shortly as the last of these storms continue to make their way toward the Mississippi Valley. Yeah, a lot of areas will be near the freezing mark tomorrow morning. And if you're not below the freezing mark tomorrow, you'll probably be there on Tuesday morning. That last severe thunderstorm warning for LaSalle Parish has been canceled. Our app is the Digital Weather Desk app, Blake. So if you're asking, you can search Digital Weather Desk in your app store, or you can go to digitalweatherdesk.com for links to download. If you are asking about the computer system that you're seeing right here, this is not an app. This is an actual computer graphics system. Again, as the numbers start to dwindle, as we head toward the 10 o'clock or the 10:30 time frame, the last of our warnings will start to scoot out of the Mississippi Valley across Warren and Claiborne counties and Madison Parish. And then we have our severe thunderstorm warning still in place till 10:30 for portions of Catahoula and Concordia parishes. Those storms will be moving toward the Mississippi Valley and should be out of our area in the next half hour or so. Hey, for what it's worth, a tornado warning has just been issued for portions of the Lake Charles area near Sulphur. That does not include any of our areas, not even anywhere close to our area. But if you have friends or family in that region, please let them know about it. Again, that tornado warning you can see at the bottom of your screen. We've got time. Why don't we go down there and look at it? Yeah, this is right. This is Lake Charles proper. Sulphur and Rose Bluff and a lot of these areas right through Lake Charles. So again, if you have friends or family in that area, make a phone call. Hey, it's 10 o'clock on a Sunday. 10:13 on a Sunday, everybody going to bed, getting ready to start the work week. I just want to make sure you saw that tornado warning. Warning was just trimmed away a little bit more by the National Weather Service. Again, still warning for golf ball sized hail and up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this storm. But I think the best hail potential will be south of Jonesville. So really just watching the last two areas of thunderstorms move through the region. And in typical severe weather fashion, as promised, there were some areas. I received a text message from a friend at Frenchman's Bend. He said it got really windy, but they had enough rain to barely wet the pavement. So again, that goes to show scattered storms and all the wind in the world does not guarantee that you will actually see thunderstorms or that you will actually see severe weather. Starting to get a few storm reports that are starting to trickle in across the area. Nothing earth-shattering. One that just describes multiple trees and power lines were downed across Ouachita Parish. That's not surprising or shocking by any stretch. Strongest storms are now approaching the Mississippi River. If you have friends or family in and around Natchez, make sure that they're aware of this storm that's knocking on their door. A new severe thunderstorm warning will probably be issued for those areas shortly. Meanwhile, it now looks like a lot of our storms in the Mississippi River Valley have started to become somewhat outflow dominant. That green line right there usually indicates outflow coming out from these thunderstorms. You can kind of follow the velocity lines along with them. That also shows that our winds have become dominant in one direction, outflow being sent out from these storms, which usually at this time of night would probably indicate a weakening phase that will follow shortly thereafter. Probably take another 20 or 30 minutes, but I would expect to see the northern edge of these storms really start losing their oomph, if you will, here in the short term. Same cannot be said to these storms along the Mississippi Valley across Catahoula and Concordia parishes. They still look pretty strong. may be starting to see a little bit of a weakening trend with the southern storm. Maybe not. Maybe not. So the new severe thunderstorm warning that's coming out for Adams, Concordia, Franklin, and Jefferson. So Adams, Franklin, and Jefferson counties and Concordia Parish. This is your new severe thunderstorm warning. That should be our last severe thunderstorm warning of the evening. It is for up to nickel-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. And should be out of our area in the next hour by about 11:15. So this includes Jefferson County, Adams County, Franklin County, which is not in our coverage area, and Concordia Parish. Again, should be the last severe thunderstorm warning we see of the evening, and it is for nickel-sized hail and potentially up to 70-mile-an-hour winds as it approaches Natchez. So if you're in the path of this storm, you want to be inside. Outflow-driven storms continue to make their way toward the I-55 corridor across portions of Mississippi. And we will stick with these storms as they approach the Mississippi River over the next 30 minutes. As we continue to watch these storms as they make their way through, just kind of watching some of the comments and reading through social media and seeing how many folks are complaining about the lack of rainfall. Told you. I mean, I don't know how else to slice it other than we knew that this was going to be a thin band of showers and storms. We knew that there were going to be a lot of areas that got bypassed by the storms, and sure enough, that's exactly how it happened. Shannon asks, is LaSalle Parish out of it? Yes. Millie says, starting to hear rumbles of thunder in Natchez, and it'll be quick. Like you'll hear the rumbles of thunder, and then 5 minutes later it's storming, and then 5 minutes after that they're gone. And that's how it has unfolded for a good chunk of the area. But as we watch this, and as I mentioned, there's a lot of folks that are already starting to complain, never even got a drop of rain, and boy, we needed it. This was not going to be a rain producer. This was never going to be a drought buster by any stretch. And we really tried to message as delicately as possible that while severe weather was going to be possible, not everyone was going to see severe weather, and not everyone was going to see rainfall. And not everyone's going to get that message. That's okay. That's why I have a job, is to provide the message and to relay the message, and not everyone's going to get that. Again, at the end of the day, for all this stuff, my job is to echo sentiments and to echo feelings. I genuinely thought, from my perspective and from the chair that I was in for the last 3 or 4 days, that this just genuinely did not set up to be an overly significant severe weather threat. It was a little more active than I initially thought we would be, but I still feel probably not active enough to warrant the threat level we were at. Again, it's easy for me to play armchair quarterback, and that's not the point of what I'm saying. I think Storm Prediction Center was here, and I was here, and I think we landed somewhere here, which is, I think, fine. I think the forecast and the way that we were alerting folks to what was going on and how we were drawing attention to things, I think it was very appropriate. I felt like our verbiage and our language leading up to this was very appropriate. I don't feel like we blew anything out of the water trying to scare folks. I don't think we downplayed anything too much. We just told folks, be aware, we'll see what happens. And that's what we're doing. And we're watching the last of it wrap up. In terms of timing, everything was pretty much on par. Everything arrived in about a 5-hour time frame, was out by 10 or 11 for most locations. It's been about a 6-hour window of thunderstorms, which was what we were expecting. Wind was the biggest driver. Hail was a bigger concern than we initially thought it would be. Tornadoes were less of a thought than we thought they'd be. So again, these are all the types of things that you watch and you kind of reanalyze after the fact with a forecast. You go, how was my messaging? Was that okay? Do you feel like everybody was prepared? Do you again? I give it a B minus, B, solid B, somewhere in that ballpark. Starting to watch as these storms now cross the Mississippi River into Adams County. Strongest part of this storm, to be honest with you, may bypass Jefferson County. Right now, it looks like the most intense part of this storm moves through Adams County. But it's still a ways out there. Well, and Jeremy, I think historical context is important too, because, and as we mentioned, and a lot of folks are they don't know about this, or to be honest, a lot of folks probably just don't care. That the Storm Prediction Center has rolled out some changes. Lisa asked, what are the wind speeds supposed to be through the night winds in West Monroe? Probably 20 to 30, but gusts to 45 miles per hour are not out of the question. It'll be breezy and gusty through the overnight, but those winds should die down gradually through the day tomorrow. I mean, Callie, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and yeah, I think this thing's going to march kind of like right down the highway. So I'd venture to say you guys are probably going to get some 60 to maybe 70 mile an hour gusts. Not necessarily in your town specifically, but within the warning, I think 60 mile an hour or 70 mile an hour gusts are possible. Does that mean you're going to see 70 or 60 mile an hour winds? Not necessarily. But as I was mentioning earlier, the Storm Prediction Center is rolling out some changes. And they've been doing that over the last couple of weeks. And a lot of what that includes is what's called now these conditional impact groups, which basically takes the Storm Prediction Center they issue these convective outlooks, in the marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, and high. And they used to do these percentage of probabilities, and they used to outline the potential for severe weather or significant severe weather. Now, instead of doing that, they are outlining these things called conditional impact groups. And there's 3 for wind, 3 for tornadoes, and 2 for hail. And so if there's the possibility of significant severe weather, they will put you sometimes in a conditional impact group. I hate it. I think it's overcomplicated. I think you will never, outside of me sitting here burning time during a severe weather live stream as we're waiting for storms to exit, you will never hear me talk about conditional impact groups. You'll never hear me try to explain it to you. You'll never hear me try to make sense of it to you. I think it's one of the worst ideas that we've done as a weather collective. And I don't like to speak ill against national organizations like our weather service office. I don't speak ill about our weather service offices. Every now and then I'll say something that I'm not a big fan of with the Storm Prediction Center, and this is one of them. I think this is one of the most backwards. We are taking steps back in trying to educate the public by overcomplicating things. I'll tell you another thing. I was never a big fan of doing the whole enhanced, slight, moderate, marginal, all those. I was totally cool with slight, moderate, high. 3 levels, that's all we need. When you start trying to get too cute and too advanced with all these types of things, then we start inundating and overstimulating people with information. Oh, and that's the other cool thing, Jeremy, is it's not an administration thing. It's not and that's why I can sit here and talk about it. It's not a political thing. These are all changes that are made by the Storm Prediction Center and by these agencies because they are genuinely at the end goal. The ultimate goal is, Carolyn says, 51 mile an hour gusts on Lake Bruin. I believe it. We were getting 50 to 55 mile an hour gusts at the airport, so that definitely checks out. But we're not talking. The ultimate interest is to help inform and educate the public, and I think these agencies are doing these types of things because they genuinely feel this is their best way. I don't think anybody's trying to do anything negatively. I don't. I think everybody's trying to serve the public the best way they know how. And they often ask for our input on these types of things. Hey, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? When we changed cold weather alerts a couple of years ago, they ask for our meteorological input, and they send out surveys. And we tell them, hey, I love this idea. Hey, I think this idea stinks. I was very open and honest. But that doesn't mean that your opinion's ever going to be like, they're not going to go, well, Jared doesn't like this, so we shouldn't do it. They're going to look through all the input and all the surveys, and they're going to do what they think's best. And that's totally okay. But it also gives me the right to say, hey, I think this sucks and I don't like it. Still watching as the storms now make their way through Natchez and Faraday and right along the Mississippi River. Again, if you just are hopping in, we did get a report of The 51-mile-an-hour wind gust on Lake Bruin. Millie says that thunderclap just alerted anyone who was asleep. Been there before. And boy, temperatures are falling across the area. Jonesville did experience a 57.3 mile an hour wind. I don't know if that was gust or sustained. Natchez at 49.6. But again, Jonesville peaked at 57.3. Temperatures continued to absolutely crater across the area. Most of us are in the 50s. Rain starting to pick up, according to Millie, in Natchez. And again, the heaviest of this activity will be moving out of Adams County probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And again, I don't want folks to think that I'm just out here just outwardly talking smack about the Storm Prediction Center's philosophies and how they do things. These are also sentiments that I would tell them directly to their face. Like, I'm not a big fan of it. Doesn't mean that we won't use them and abide by them and all those things, but in terms of trying to convey those types of things to the public, I think it's very, very counterintuitive. I'm trying to simplify things when I explain it to you guys. I'm not trying to further complicate it. Heaviest thunderstorm activity continues to crawl through Adams County, Mississippi. We'll be moving into adjacent sections of Franklin, maybe far southern Jefferson County. This is the last severe thunderstorm warning for our area. I can't envision another one being needed. In fact, I believe this storm is probably in the process of being undercut by the front as it advances through, but we will continue to hang with it for at least another 10 or 15 minutes or so as it continues to make its way out of our coverage area. You're watching the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. Last of the storms making their way out of Adams County in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Should be able to wrap this live stream up right around 11 o'clock. as the heavy rain continues across Natchez and across much of western and central sections of Adams County, from the Mississippi River well in across the county. Elsewhere across the region, the severe weather threat has essentially ended. We're focused on Adams and Jefferson counties in southern Mississippi, or in the southern portions of our area in Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning goes until 11:15. Bulk of the strongest part of this storm now focused across Adams County. The tornado warning that we had for the Lake Charles area outside of our coverage area has ended, was allowed to expire. But I will say this, from a national perspective, this is an impressive storm system. As you look at the line that stretches from Lake Michigan through the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, where we do have numerous tornado warnings across central Kentucky and central Tennessee and to far northern sections of Alabama, and then the severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch all the way back to near the Gulf coastline. Reminder as we start the day tomorrow that it'll be chilly to start. Temperatures only rebound maybe into the upper 40s to low 50s through the day tomorrow, so make sure that you are dressed appropriately to start this work week. It'll be breezy. Again, winds and a wind advisory will remain in place for a good chunk of the area through most of the day, so make sure that you are alert to that. Near freezing tomorrow morning in many spots, below freezing to start the day on Tuesday morning, and then temperatures rebound after that. Mr. Philip Smith has joined us on YouTube. He will be visiting us here in the Bayou State in about a month's time as we get ready for the crawfish tournament at Frenchman's Bid. Was supposed to call him earlier tonight so we could catch up, but we have been dealing with thunderstorms, and they've been dealing with snow in the greater Kansas City metro area. Millie says she's hearing some hail, not huge hail, but definitely hail. Probably, I think the warning was for nickel-sized, so probably in that general thought process. Of course, the warning was not for nickel-sized hail. It's just, it was for 70-mile-an-hour winds, and mentioned the potential of up to nickel-sized hail with some of these storms. Making their way toward the outer extents of our coverage area, should be out of our area probably the next 2 or 3 radar swipes, the next 10 minutes or so. Just a reminder that the Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank's a digital weather platform serving 33 parishes and counties across northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and western Mississippi. And again, the almost 5 hours of coverage that you've seen nonstop this evening are made possible 100% free to you by the local businesses that you see there on your screen. Again, a quick Facebook message, a thank you, a phone call, or using one of those local businesses the next time you need their services goes a long way. A simple, hey, thanks for supporting Jared and the Digital Weather Desk goes a very long way. Nobody wants to know the nitty-gritty of these types of things, but those types of conversations come up when I come visit with those businesses and we get ready to renegotiate a new sponsorship contract or something like that, and we discuss these types of things, and they go, hey, your viewership, again, I've had multiple partners come up to me and go, hey, the folks that support you really, really support you. And that means a lot to us. So again, It does not fall on deaf ears when you send those messages of encouragement and appreciation, and we appreciate you as well. Yeah, Millie and Callie are having their own conversation in our chat, and that's okay. That's what this is all about. This is about building a community, and Callie's technically outside of our coverage area. And as much as I hate to do this to her, but we've got a long week ahead of us, and we're as we approach 11 o'clock, we're going to shut this live stream down. But I will say that this cluster of storms, as it makes its way through Adams County, for what it's worth, is kind of coming down in the lightning world in many instances. So what we may be seeing a little bit of a decrease in intensity to a certain degree, but this storm has been a pretty heavy rain producer. Still probably producing some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Making sure we're not missing anything storm reports wise. A lot of the storm reports are starting to kind of trickle in. Nothing of like extreme value that we can really work with. Lots of trees and power lines down. Not a lot of specific information in that regard. About 30 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning as it now starts to make its way through the far southern region. Again, all of our tornado watches that are in place right now, they've all been trimmed away or canceled or whatever. Concordia, it's Mississippi Valley and Concordia Parish. That's it. And for a lot of these folks along the Mississippi Valley, you're going to be trimmed away from the tornado watch probably pretty shortly. I would think by midnight or a little after, most of our area will be out of their severe weather watches. And the severe threat itself is ending as we speak, with the exception of Adams and Jefferson counties. It's the only two counties in our coverage area that have any kind of severe weather threat remaining. All right, starting to get toward the end of the evening for us here at the Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank, approaching 5 hours flat of severe weather coverage. And as the last of the storms start to kind of shift out of our area and move out of the coverage area, we're going to go ahead and kind of shut things down here and get ready for tomorrow, which will bring us a full slate of weather content. We'll join you live first thing in the morning with a look at a very chilly look at the forecast for the early part of the week, and we'll outline what you could expect for the rest of the week as well. As we shut things down tonight, I will post one more kind of radar update and also and ask for any kind of damage reports, pictures that you may be able to pass along, and we can do that as we start to, again, see an end to the storms as they move east and out of our area over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Again, the last of the storms are making their way through the Mississippi River Valley and out of our coverage area, still probably packing some gusty wind potential. But overall, we're probably on the back edge of this in terms of the most intense storms in our area. New chair wasn't bad, Jeremy. Wasn't bad at all. Not an end-all, be-all to sit here and sit for 5 hours, but better than what it was. And it would also help if I actually, I could have scooted up and sat flat, but I sit straight up and kind of on the edge of my seat while I'm doing this, so probably not the smartest thing in the world. Again, thanks so much for being part of our evening of severe weather coverage, 5 hours of it. And again, a reminder that if you appreciate what we do, then let our local business partners know that you appreciate what we do as well. They are the ones that make this possible. They are the ones that make this a job and not a hobby. And I have the best job in the ArkLaMiss. I'll join you in the morning, folks, as we take a look at the forecast for the rest of the week. Thanks so much for making the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank part of your day. And thanks for choosing us for your severe weather coverage. We'll keep you updated as we go through the rest of this week with some chilly temperatures tomorrow morning. Wind advisory will remain in place, and a freeze warning is in effect for many spots as well. Have a great rest of your Sunday night, everybody.
The next great resource for local weather is now available.
DigitalWeatherDesk.com is your source for up-to-the-minute local weather. Add DigitalWeatherDesk.com to your favorites, download our app, and follow me on social media. The Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank.